Judge, needs to be specifically clarified, which is why we are calling this witness. And the reason that he's not here is because he does live out of state, and he's attending his father's memorial this week, or today in
We're going to have to figure this out. I don't know what the rules are for post-COVID video testimony, and I mean,
I believe the rules have
when
all
there's an-
expired at this point, Your Honor, and
hang
are
on just a
okay.
second. Especially when it's the state objecting and not the defense. To me, those are different. They have a right to confront witnesses. I'm not sure you have that same right. So I'm going to say that right now I'm not going to let him testify until we can sort that out. Hopefully you have another witness that we can go forward with.
Yes, sir.
But so we'll have to take that matter up probably over the lunch period. The question I will have is, under what grounds must you, well, when can the defense call a witness over the state's objection electronically? I don't know the answer to that. That's what I'll be looking for from y'all and from the defense. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Next issue.
Your Honor, at this time we would make a motion for directed verdict based on the fact that the state did not provide a prima facie case on which the jury can find Mr. Lopez guilty.
All right. The motion for instructed verdict is denied.
Is your first witness going to be an expert witness? Because I would like a 702 hearing.
We're calling Jordan Exton to testify.
You're calling him as an
Yes.
expert? Okay, I still want to do the hearing. Okay.
Let me ask you this. It's time to tell me what y'all are going to do. How many witnesses do you have? Who's your first witness, and what are they going to be?
Jordan Record.
It was been recorded the
You
whole
say
time.
Jordan. I don't know who Jordan is. With all due
He's
respect,
our technical expert. Yeah.
what is areas of expertise? What's he going to say?
He's going to testify about some of the phone logs and how the phone calls were interpreted by the state's witnesses. And he's also going to testify about the appearance of a choking picture on the defendant's phone.
Okay. Those two areas.
Yes.
Okay, so we can do that 702, 705 hearing. That'll be number one. Who else do you have? So we have, real quick, I'm going to make a list. Number one is the witness from Arizona. Number two is the expert named, what's his full name?
Jordan Exman.
OEXMAN.
Okay, and do you have any other witnesses?
Well, we don't know who we're going to call yet, but as far as, we're saving some, and we don't know if we're going to call them during guilt innocence or possibly punishment. So
Okay.
those are the two for sure right now.
Let me ask it like this then. Are there any other witnesses that you anticipate we need to have a pretrial hearing about? Because once I call the jury, I do not want, under any circumstances, to be having to call them back and forth.
Judge, there would be two other potential that we may need the 702 hearings on. One would
Okay.
be David Bowman. He is former military and will be testifying to the military credentials and experience of the defendant, and also the specialized knowledge of individuals who have been in the armed forces.
And that's a guilt witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
To testify about what would be relevant about his testimony in the guilty phase.
Judge, the experience of an armed service member is specifically unique and goes directly to the question of the defendant's state of mind, both for the justification and the self-defense or defense of third-person issues that are going to be raised during the defense.
Can you say that last part?
My apologies, I'm going to slow down. Too much coffee. He will be testifying to the specialized knowledge experiences of an armed forces individual, and it goes directly to the state of mind for the defendant, both for the defenses of necessity and of defense of third persons.
And then witness the next one?
Will be Dr. John Fabian.
I'm sorry, John who?
Fabian.
And what would this witness be called to testify about in the guilty or not guilty phase?
The defendant's traumatic brain injury, post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as military experience and how that affects his mind and perceptions, going directly to the defense of necessity and defense of third persons.
Okay, then there's the matter of whether or not he's going to testify. You all made a decision about that yet?
We anticipate that the defendant will testify.
Do you want me to go over some of his rights with him now, or do you want me to do that at a later time?
You can go over right now.
Okay, very good. If you could please, Mr. Lopez, raise your right hand for me. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
All right, very good. I appreciate y'all working with me on that. We've come to that point in the trial where you are putting on your case. First of all, you understand you don't have to put on a case. If you all want to rest on your presumption of innocence and not call a witness, you certainly can. This also means that you have the right to testify in your own defense if you choose to. If you decide to testify, you'll be questioned by one of these excellent lawyers about the circumstances of this offense and the relationship of the parties and everything having to do with whether or not you're guilty or not guilty of this crime. You'd also be subject to cross-examination by one of the prosecutors in this case. Again, they can ask you any question relevant to considerations about what happened in this particular crime. At the end of that, they can do redirect if they choose to, but you'll be treated as essentially as any other witness, okay? And you've seen a number of the witnesses go forward here in this trial. If you decide not to testify, then I will instruct the members of the jury that they're not allowed to consider that for any purpose whatsoever, and that they're not allowed to use that as a circumstance of evidence or a piece of evidence for any reason. That instruction, the law presumes that the jurors will follow that. I know we touched on it briefly during jury selection, but that's the instruction that I will give should you choose not to testify. So before I ask you if you're going to or not, do you understand all of that?
I do understand, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about how the law applies to you in that particular area?
I do not.
And I understand right now that you may testify, and Mr. Sanchez has indicated that you will. If you change your mind, or if you all change your mind, all you have to do is let me know. I will still instruct the jury. It's not too late. It will become too late once both sides have rested, okay?
Understand, Your Honor.
That's when you'll have to make the decision for sure. So if you change your mind, you need to tell us. Otherwise, you all can call him whenever you want, okay? All right, so with that in mind, we don't have anybody that we can put on that doesn't require an expert hearing, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, then let's have the first expert hearing. This is Jordan. Sheriff, would you mind telling the jurors that they're going to be... Is the cafeteria open now?
Yes.
Tell them to go down and have lunch, early lunch right now. They'll be back in 45 minutes, okay? If you would, please come to the front of the courtroom. And before you have a seat, could you turn and face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Very good. Please have a seat. These other witnesses that potentially might testify, are they here? These other experts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Maybe we can work through some of these experts. So for the purposes of establishing the credibility of this witness, their expertise, are you familiar with his background at all?
Did I get a CD on him? I don't think so.
Okay,
I
fair
only
enough.
got on two.
That's all right. Sometimes you all know and are not quibbling over the expertise, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So for purposes of establishing the credibility and the credentials of this expert witness, and the only thing I'm looking for, and again, we're not in front of the jury, is what are the opinions and what are they based on? And I'm going to allow you, Mr. Duke, or Mr. Sanchez, to lead the witness to establish that as expeditiously as possible. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
It's Jordan Exman.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm employed by Blackfish Intelligence.
Okay. Now, you've been called here this morning to testify about two issues that have come up during the trial. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in order to give that opinion, what training do you have in your background that makes you be able to testify as an expert? And it's almost like a fact witness also, correct?
Correct. I am a certified mobile device examiner and also have certifications through Celebrite as a certified operator and a certified physical analyst.
And what other experience do you have? Were you in law enforcement before
Yes.
also?
Prior to law enforcement, I spent 8 years at the Longview Police Department out in East Texas and worked in the cybercrime lab there. And I was a part of the United States Secret Service Cyber Fraud Task Force, where I was sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute in Alabama, where I received my training for the mobile device examiner certification.
Have you had experience in looking at call logs and matters like that?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of experience have you had?
Working both sides, criminal and criminal defense, I reviewed hundreds of cell phone extractions, and part of that process is going through the call logs.
And again, you were able to do that because you are trained by you have the training by Cellbrite.
Correct.
Have you had any other training in looking at phone records?
I don't believe so.
And you're being called here to testify to rebut some of the state's impressions that they've left in front of the jury as far as how the call logs worked and how the length of the phone calls, how they work also, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also being called to testify to show that there was more phone calls than specifically two instances. There was the state presented two phone calls when there was actually more, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was based on your review of all the records that were tendered by the state, correct?
Correct.
You're also being called to testify or to rebut testimony from a state witness that left the illusion in front of the court that the choking picture would have only got on the phone a certain way, correct?
Correct.
I pass the witness.
Mr. Oxman, is that right?
X-Men.
X-Men. How long have you been with Blackfish?
Since June of 2022.
Since June of 2022, so 1 year.
A little over 1 year.
A
yes,
little over
ma'am.
1 year. And what does Blackfish Intelligence do?
Primarily criminal defense work.
Primary criminal defense work, in what way? What do you do?
Me specifically, or just the?
I guess generally the company.
We're private investigators, so we investigate criminal defense cases.
Okay. And you've been there for 1 year?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that, you were with the Longview Police Department?
Correct.
Okay. And your expertise is looking at Cellbrite?
Part of that expertise, yes.
Okay. And any other expertise that you have? In looking at phones or
I have training through Magnet as well.
training through what?
Can you say that one more time?
Sorry.
Sorry.
I have training through Magnet as well, which is another tool similar to Celebrite, and I received that training through my mobile device examiner training in Alabama.
Okay. So you're training in software like Cellbrite and this Magna or whatever?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked to look at records provided by the state?
Correct.
So you didn't use any other software,
No, ma'am.
programs, just everything that was provided by the state is what you used?
So in order to look at the emails, for example, I had to take the raw data and load it into Magnet. It's just a tool that allows you to make sense of that data.
Okay, but it's the state's records that you use to
Correct,
create your
yes.
opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and your opinion on the phone calls is what?
Could you clarify?
I mean, what are you going to testify about the phone calls that the state left the wrong impression?
So within the call logs in Celebrite, there's a status that shows what the end result of the call was, whether it was answered, missed, rejected, or just not answered. Through Celebrite, if it shows answered, then the call was either picked up or the outgoing call reached voicemail.
Okay. That's what you're going to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as far as the choking picture, exactly what is your opinion on that the state left the wrong impression?
There's other ways that the photo could have gotten on the device, and that's what we're going to offer him.
What ways?
Specifically, in regards to the choking photo, it's possible that the photo was sent to Darren by Jennifer or Jamie via text, and since the photo itself was stored in a cache file, which means it's not accessible by the user, it means that he could have received it through text, then emailed it to himself, which is why it would show up in the cache file for Outlook. And then it was later either deleted off the phone or just missing.
Okay. Anything further?
I have nothing further.
All right, very good. Is there an objection to this witness to testifying as proffered?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, very good. The court will accept him as an expert. And he is allowed to testify under our rules for those particular areas that you offered. I appreciate that, sir. You may stand down. If you have another expert witness, I would like to take care of that now.
David Bowman, Your Honor.
Sir, if you would, please. And whose witness will this be for the defense?
Mine, Your Honor.
Same latitude to you, Mr. Duke.
Thank you.
Just outside the presence of the jury, I'll allow you to use leading questions to establish credentials and the expertise, and I would like to know the specific opinions that he's going to give. If you could, please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Thank you very much for coming. You respond to questions first from Mr. Duke and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell. Very good. That's why I'll switch seats.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Bowman. Just for the record, could you go ahead and state and spell your full name?
Yes, my name is David James Bauman, phonetically Bauman, Bravo Alpha Uniform Mike Alpha November.
And Mr. Bowman, where did you spend the last 27 years of your career?
In the United States Marine Corps in active duty.
What was your original, or if you can just summarize for the court your military experience?
Well, I spent the first 12 years of my career as an infantry enlisted man, making it all the way up to the rank of gunnery sergeant. Then I was a drill instructor, and then I transitioned over to be a counterintelligence, human intelligence officer for the next 14 and a half years.
Okay. Let's focus on a couple of those. You were a drill instructor for the Marine Corps for a while, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had specialized training for that position, is that right?
Yes.
Then additionally, as the human intelligence officer and counterintelligence agent, you had specialized training into both of those positions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Starting with the drill instructor first, what training did you specifically have to go to in order to be a drill instructor?
So during rotation, they select the top 10% of the Marine Corps at that point to be rotated into these jobs, and I chose to be a drill instructor and had to go to 3+ months of intense school to become one.
And this training was essentially in place to show you how to take a civilian and turn them into a member of the armed forces, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's going to be your testimony today that that is a dramatic change simply in that fact alone, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As a human intelligence officer and counterintelligence agent, how much interaction did you then have overseeing both enlisted and officers in their daily activities and deployment activities?
That was my primary responsibility, was to provide oversight at the company level until I became a major, and then I moved up to the executive level.
And so from that executive level, you had experience observing what changes service members had in their own personal lives and how those changed with their civilian lives as well, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you had specific experience gathering information about what that transition back to civilian life looked like for a number of individuals, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's also information that you have, or that you have followed up since you have separated from the military as well, is that right?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
And so, based on your training experience, you have a specialized knowledge that most military personnel and almost all civilians would not necessarily have a frame of reference for what it means to be a member of the United States Armed Services.
Correct. Most people can't and do not understand to that level the complexities of that transition.
Possibly.
Okay, I'm sorry, what is your opinion?
I am here, ma'am, to speak on behalf of the military culture, mindset, and the conditioning of an individual, and what it takes to go from, the civilian life into the military lifestyle, and to be able to maintain that lifestyle for, varying amount of time, and then to speak on to the Special Forces community on that specialized and intense training it takes to become a member of the Special Forces and to stay within a community that is so tight-knit and elite.
Okay, so you're here just to tell the jury generally what it's like to be a Marine?
No, to be a service member, ma'am.
Okay, but you're Marine and he's Army, correct?
Correct, but I worked in the joint environment. I also worked for Special Operations Command Pacific as a staff officer. So my role was to conduct and oversee the operations of all counterintelligence and human intelligence operations within the Special Forces community and the Pacific area of operations.
Okay. And you're going to, your opinion is, again, what?
I am here to speak on the behalf of the military culture collectively, and the conditioning and the transition of an individual from going from a civilian to a service member, and being able to split the difference between the compartmentalized way of life from going on deployments to staying and going and coming back home.
Your opinion is to talk about the hundreds of thousands of service members in this country over a long period of time.
I'm generalizing, yes ma'am. That is my opinion, yes ma'am.
Were you Special Forces?
I was in the Special Forces community, but I was not an operator. I worked as a staff officer for the Special Operations Command Pacific as the Joint Intelligence, Counterintelligence, Human Intelligence Chief and OIC.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one question.
Okay.
If I might. You also work for Blackfish Intelligence?
I do, ma'am. I'm a criminal
And how long
defense
have you been?
investigator. I just started in April, ma'am.
In April, you just started with this?
Yes,
group,
ma'am.
Blackfish, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
nothing further.
Judge, I apologize, let me follow up that I missed on. Mr. Baumann, you also received and reviewed the military records for the defendant, Darren Lopez, is that right?
Correct.
You also received the medical records for Darren Lopez and reviewed those as well?
Yes, sir. I've gone through the discovery of his.
You also had conducted an interview with Mr. Lopez about his specific experiences and his specific service, is that right?
I did, yes.
And you are able to testify to Mr. Lopez's specific experience and in relation to the generalized knowledge that you have from service members?
Correct.
Absolutely.
How long did you interview Darren Lopez?
Approximately 4 to 5 hours, ma'am.
4 to 5 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Over what period of time?
Just in two different days.
Two different days?
Yes,
When?
ma'am.
When did you?
I can't recall the dates, ma'am. It was sometime last month.
Last month.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did Mr. Lopez retire from the military?
He retired in 2015.
In 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
All right, very good. Do you have any objections to this witness testifying as an expert in the guilty or not guilty phase?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And what are they, please? Is it to his qualifications first, or if not those, then the opinions that he's going to offer?
I would argue it is to his qualifications, but mostly it is to, he has zero opinion. He is only testifying as to some culture. There is no opinion there. I think if anything, it would be relevant possibly in the punishment phase, but not in the guilt-innocence phase.
Mr. Duke?
It goes to nothing, I'm sorry, Your Honor, it goes to nothing of whether the defendant is guilty of this crime as laid out in the indictment.
All right.
And Judge, I think it goes directly to the state of mind for the defendant, which is a necessary piece of the defense that we have to provide, both for the subjective test for defense of third persons and necessity, as well as the objective test for defense of third persons, without being able to give the jury some frame of reference of how different it is for a service member to serve, and then specifically with his opinions on Darren's service and Darren's experience based on his interviews and review of the records. The jury will not be able to completely put themselves into the shoes of the defendant, which is required to do the analysis for both of those defenses.
All right. I'm going to take that under advisement for the time being. Sir, if you would please step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
I do appreciate you coming
Thank you,
down.
sir.
You're free to remain in the courtroom as an expert witness. Call your, if you have another one. I think
yes,
you
Judge.
did.
Dr. John Fabian.
Dr. Fabian.
John Fabian, Fabian.
Doctor, if you would please, before you have a seat, raise your right hand. Thank you very much. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
Please have a seat. Mr. Duke first, and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell to your right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And just for a question of brevity, is the state going to have any objection to Dr. Fabian being qualified
No,
subject matter?
not to his qualifications.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so Dr. Fabian, we'll just jump right into what you're looking at on this case. What have you reviewed in order to prepare for your testimony today?
Sure. I reviewed DOD records, discovery. I've been here yesterday. Department of Defense, medical, psychiatric records. I spent 2 days with your client, Mr. Lopez, May 3rd, May 4th, 2023, and reviewed discovery that you had sent me.
In addition to reviewing the discovery, like you said, you spent 2 different days both testing and interviewing Mr. Lopez, is that correct? And you have testing results from those that you can testify to. What general conclusions do you have regarding Mr. Lopez's physical and mental disabilities?
Sure. So he has PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. That's my diagnosis and the DOD diagnosis. He has evidence of a depressive disorder, and at times been diagnosed by the DOD with major depressive disorder. You want me to go through the DOD records? Is my opinion.
Just your opinion.
My opinion, sure.
I have PTSD and depressive disorder.
Right. And he has a history of concussions and traumatic brain injury that is documented. I did psychological and neuropsychological testing with Mr. Lopez. I'll share that data with the state. So those are my diagnoses, PTSD and what we call other specified depressive disorder.
You said you had psychological tests. Do you intend to talk about any of the results of those tests? Did I catch that right?
Yes, and the DOD testing results as well.
I don't know what those are. What are those?
Sure. The Department of Defense has a traumatic brain injury psychology clinic where he's at Fort Campbell. So they have baseline assessments for Mr. Lopez, both psychological, neuropsychological assessments, and then diagnoses.
And these PTSD, the depressive disorder, traumatic brain injury, were those present, in your opinion, at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Yu.
Dr. Fabian, and then specifically with them being present, you will testify that those go directly to the perceptions of Mr. Lopez and affected the way that he perceived a number of factors that went into the commission of this offense. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take a little segue just as an additional issue that we may have to bring up. Doctor, for your qualifications, do you work with sexual offenders on a regular basis?
Probably every other day.
You have extensive knowledge on sexual offenses and general human sexuality, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would be able to provide a testimony regarding differentiations between BDSM and gang rape?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
I'm sorry, that last question, was that BDSM and gang rape?
Yes.
The difference? Okay.
Along that line, yeah.
Okay. And your opinion, Dr. Fabian, is that he has PTSD
Yes.
and that he has a depressive disorder?
Yes.
Okay. And a history of concussions, that is TBI, correct?
Mild.
Mild. Yes. And what he has is mild TBI.
Yes.
Okay. The neuropsychological test, what test did you do?
I did a number of them, and I can brushstroke go over them with you as well later. But essentially, in the VA or in the DOD and with my testing, he's had some mild attention and memory deficits.
Mild?
Yes.
And yes. Because I went through those 916 pages too.
And they're attributed, for the record, more to PTSD than brain injury.
so he has some mild memory issues.
And attention. He has neurocognitive effects of post-traumatic stress disorder that we often see with vets or other folks who have suffered trauma.
Okay. Some migraines along with that, is that true?
That would be a sequelae, an effect of the concussions, yes.
Mm-hmm. And ADHD?
I don't believe he has it, I can tell you why, but that's a neurodevelopmental condition. He has diagnosed with ADHD, but in my opinion, the attention deficits are due to PTSD and not ADHD.
Okay. And again, what were the tests that you did, the neuropsychological tests, or are you just pulling everything from the DoD records?
No, they're kind of consistent. So between my testing and their testing,
Okay.
I had conducted the CNS vital signs, comprehensive trail making test.
And what are those tests designed to show you?
Just how his brain functions compared to the normal population.
Okay.
They were done with him in person.
Okay.
And then there was psychological tests as well.
All right. And it sounds like the DoD also did some of these tests, right?
In 2012 is where I saw that, yes.
Okay. Because that was right around the time he was about to retire.
That is correct.
Yes. And those tests showed him to be basically in the normal range.
The first testing was below average overall, but then he was given more treatment, therapy, and then testing subsequent was in the average range.
Okay. Well, let's go to this testing where he's in the average range usually, and he has PTSD and some depressive disorders. How does this relate to the offense?
Well, leading up to the offense, there was evidence, in my opinion, of the psychiatric symptoms, disorders of PTSD and depression. There was isolation, eventual estrangement from his family, there was separation. There were some other there were some other traumatic events, such as you're aware, a friend committed suicide, granddaughter drowned. There were other post-military traumas that he experienced. I think there was evidence that he was emotionally, socially vulnerable. I did talk to his Special Forces comrades who had connections, and then he basically went MIA with them for quite some time between 2013 and even 2019. And then, in my opinion, there's issues related to just the hyper-aroused state, the hypervigilance, the being on edge, a lot of the symptoms we see with veterans, and misperception of threat.
Misperception of what?
Threat.
Misperception of threat.
Hypervigilance, even mild paranoia.
Okay. Do you know anything about the facts of this case?
Yeah, I do. I've been listening. Yeah.
Okay. So what exactly makes him more? I mean, what testing did you do that shows that he's hypervigilant of threats?
Well, some of the DoD and my testing, more of that is self-report of just being hypervigilant, on edge, problems, attention, sleep, typical symptoms we see with PTSD in veterans.
Okay, so is this generally that people have, or you're saying Mr. Lopez is self-reporting this to you?
Well, he self-reported to VA and to myself as well.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? I have no further questions at this time.
No further questions.
You have any objections to this witness?
I do have an objection to this witness in the guilt innocence phase, Your Honor. I believe that, obviously there's no diminished capacity, which is I think is what they're going for, that he had some perceived threat that lessens some sort of whatever his culpability in this crime. And I believe that that will be confusing to a jury to put something out there like that when it has no place in the guilt innocence portion. I think the case law has been pretty clear all the way up to this Dooley v. State in 2018 that there is no diminished capacity. And if you are going to put an expert up to talk about the mental health state, it needs to go directly to an element of the offense. In this case, there's nothing that goes to an element of the offense of intentionally and knowingly killing this man.
Judge, this isn't a question of diminished capacity. This goes directly to the defense, once again, of necessity and defense of third persons. The jury is required to put themselves not only subjectively but objectively in the state of the defendant, and what he would reasonably believe. He suffers from specific diagnosed psychological and neuropsychological deficiencies that change his perception, and the jury has to be able to understand what his injuries mean to be able to make that assessment, to make an accurate interpretation of where he was at when this offense was committed.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I?
I'm gonna give him a chance too. Go ahead.
Okay, just the expert testimony goes, it goes to mens rea. It does not go to defenses. It does not go to possible defenses. It does not go to something might be out there that comes up that we could use. It goes to mens rea. And in this case, there is nothing that this doctor has testified in this hearing that indicates it has anything to do with the elements of this particular crime. It is only out there to say he has PTSD, he was depressed, therefore he might have perceived something incorrectly. I believe it would be over prejudicial. It's not probative, over prejudicial, and it's confusing to the jury. It leaves an impression out there that is confusing to the jury.
Judge, I think that the state said it correctly. It goes directly to his state of mind and his perception, which is one of the necessary prongs of both of the defenses that are being raised for both defense of third person and for necessity. Dr. Fabian has testified that a person who does have PTSD, and specifically in this case, Mr. Lopez, has risks of threat misperception, hyperarousal, and the inability to perceive threats in the same manner. That information, if it is not given to the jury, is going to be the only thing that is confusing at that point is how he was at the time of the offense.
All right. Thank you both very much. I appreciate that. The court is going to find that witness Bowman's testimony is inadmissible in the guilty or not guilty phase of the trial. Dr. Fabian, however, I will allow to testify in front of the jury, as I believe it relates to the state of the mind of the defendant at the time of the offense. I'll give you a running objection to Dr. Fabian's testimony when we bring the jurors in.
Judge, at the convenience of the court, we would like to make a proffer of Mr. Bowman's testimony for the record.
You've already done
make
that.
a bill. I think
Unless you're going to say there's something in addition to what you already offered, that is your offer.
that should be sufficient, Judge. Thank
Okay.
you.
Certainly, in the event that we get to punishment, I think it's relevant in punishment. But I don't believe it's relevant in the guilty, not guilty phase. Now, we've got 13 minutes to jump on Westlaw or wherever about this witness from Arizona, whether or not there's any lawful reason why we can't have the witness testify remotely. So, and while they're looking that up, as I'm sure they will, then you'll be setting this up. And that way, if I rule that it is admissible, then we can go straight into it with very little headache.
That would be our first witness.
Okay, fair enough. As long as we have one ready to go when the jurors come back, because they're going to come back from lunch.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to be working on it in the background, though, right?
Yes, absolutely, Judge. That's
So it looks like you have more than 13 minutes.
why don't we just test all the AV? We're off the record.
We're off the record. Court's in recess. Sheriff, y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Appreciate you all being here. I know y'all were here on time. We started late because of me. It wasn't because of any of them, so don't hold it against them, okay? They were here working as they always do, very professional. Hold that against me, don't hold it against them. We do have a witness on the stand. Ms. Mitchell, what says the state?
At this time, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state rests.
Very good. And the defense is ready with the witness. And sir, if you could please raise your right hand for me. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Very good. Put your hand down. Mr. Sanchez, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Jordan Exman.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed by a company called Blackfish Intelligence as a private investigator.
And have you been employed anywhere else prior to Black?
Yes, prior law enforcement, I worked for the Longview Police Department here in Texas for approximately 8 years. And while I was employed there, I worked as a detective. And during my time as a detective, I was a part of the United States Secret Service Cyber Fraud Task Force. And due to that membership on the task force, I was sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute in Alabama, where I received my mobile device examiner certification, and also have certifications in Celebrate.
A prior witness for the state, I think Mr. Sims had talked about Celebrite. Is that correct?
He did, yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury again what that is?
Celebrate is a tool. It kind of has two functions. It's used to do forensic extractions of mobile devices, cell phones, iPads, stuff like that. And then it also has another portion of the software called Physical Analyzer, which allows you to make sense of that data that you extract. And
as part of your experience and training with mobile device extractions and mobile device examinations, were you able to also to learn how possibly photos can end up on a phone or in an email?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Specifically in this case, there's been questions about a choking picture. Is that correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were in here when that testimony was going on.
Yes, sir.
And that picture was on Mr. Lopez's phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What ways could that have gotten on the phone?
Well, there's a number of ways it could have gotten on the phone. So the picture in question shows up on the device one time, and it is located in a cache file for Microsoft Outlook. So the email app that's on the phone, there's a cache file, and what a cache file is, it is a hidden file that the user typically does not have access to. And what it's used for is to speed up the device. So even if you were to pull up Outlook while the device is offline, if it's not connected to Wi-Fi or the cellular network, you can still retrieve, for example, this attachment through that email because it's stored locally on the phone in that hidden file.
Now, in order for that picture to make it onto your phone, does it have to be emailed?
Yes, I would assume so.
Is there another way it could have got on the phone as far as through a text message?
I'm sorry, say that again?
It could have got on the phone through a text message?
It could have originally, yes.
So if the user received it through a text message and wanted to use it in an email, he could email it to himself?
Yes.
And that's an explanation about how it could have got on the phone and how it could have been used in an email, correct?
Correct.
Now also, you have experience in reviewing call logs, right?
I do.
And when we're reading those call logs, for example, I'm going to show you from the State's Exhibit number 23.
Mr. Sanchez, I have 23 as the photo of the crime scene. That may be 213?
223.
223.
I don't want to take it out. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I gotta stand up. Thank you.
It's all right. Just don't use this.
Gosh, super fun.
specifically the phone logs from July 25th of 2020. We show 2 or 4 calls outgoing from, were they outgoing from Darren's phone to Angel or Jennifer's phone?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's times that are stamped on there. Can you explain those to the jury?
The timestamps?
Yes, or the duration markers.
The duration, so within Celebrite, there's a category called status within the call log and physical analyzer when you're looking at the device's call log. The different types of statuses that you might see would be answered, not answered, rejected, or missed phone call. It is possible that, I'm sorry, let me restate. Obviously, everybody knows what a missed call would be. If it's rejected, that means that the person receiving the phone call actually physically rejected the phone call. If it's not answered, that means that it did not receive voicemail and there was no answer on the other side. Answered could mean that the person answered the phone, or it could mean that the outgoing caller received voicemail, which would show a duration. And you see these call logs right here. You have 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. So if Darren was calling Jennifer and reached her voicemail, it would show as answered and a duration, which it does within Celebrite.
And that was also a similar situation on 8/16/2020?
Correct.
I pass the witness.
Your Honor, it's going to be Caitlin Paver.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Oxley.
Hi.
How are you?
You're good.
Good. You and I have met before, right?
Yes.
In fact, you and the defense team, as well as me and my co-counsel, we've all sat down and talked and discussed some of this electronic evidence and all the communications together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the strangulation photo that we're referencing.
Okay.
Specifically, Judge, may I approach the bench? And you were here, well, you've been present throughout most of the trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've had the opportunity to hear all the other witnesses testify?
Correct.
Okay, so you were here when Agent Sims testified about the phone dump and the choking picture, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you'll recall we admitted State's Exhibit 96, which is a photograph showing the image, and then it shows some of the date information down here below.
Correct.
Okay, and right here where it says created and it says 12/31/1969, is that something that we see from time to time on Cellbrite phone extractions where it auto-populates a really old date for an image that is obviously newer?
It does. If there's no metadata for the creation date, it picks a certain date, and it depends on what device it's on.
Okay, so really that date would be inaccurate, right? We can disregard that.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're more focused on this May 13th date where we see 2:19 a.m. and then down here where we see May 13th, 2:16 a.m. We're focused on that time range, fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so were you here when Agent Sims testified that while he could not definitively say that this image ended up here because Mr. Lopez had emailed it to himself and not because he had received it from someone else, but he said that was a distinct possibility, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is essentially the same thing that you've said here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now let me ask you, you had the opportunity to look through the entire phone dump, correct?
Yes,
And you found this image nowhere else on the phone?
that's correct.
And you found no text message where he received this image on the phone?
That's correct.
And you found no other emails, because you were also given access to the Hotmail emails, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And to be fair, those are separate from the phone dump, correct?
Yes.
You went through all those Hotmail emails, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, we went through a lot of them together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever find an email where anyone else sent this image to Darren Lopez?
I did not.
Okay. However, on his phone, there are other images. Let me rephrase that so it's clear. You're aware that part of the issue in this case is that the defendant deleted a lot of his text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So there probably is a lot of text messaging that we just don't have because it's not on the phone anymore.
I would agree.
However, you are aware that there are messages and images from text messages that were still saved on his phone.
Correct.
Correct. But not this one.
This specific photo?
Right. It only shows up in the Outlook cache, correct?
Correct, yes.
It doesn't show up in his other photos like it was sent via text message.
Correct.
Also is by emailing to themselves after they receive them through a text, right?
That's correct.
I pass the witness.
Just one clarification. But Mr. Exman, this photo was not saved specifically to the phone, correct?
It could have been at one time, but I have no evidence of that.
Right. Okay, it's only in the cache, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll pass the witness.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused.
I have no objection.
No objection.
Sir, you may stand down. You're excused from any further service in the matter. Recess?
Briefly, Your Honor, please.
Sure. Very good. Members of the jury, if you wouldn't mind, please step outside for just a moment. All rise for the jurors. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves, and please don't do any independent research. It won't be very long at all. In the presence of the jury, Mr. Duke is going to be calling the witness from Arizona
Correct.
via Zoom or Microsoft Teams, something like that. You have an objection?
The state does have an objection based on, we didn't find anything specifically about Sixth Amendment. However, we do found some case law just about the right to cross-examine generally.
Yeah.
And the state's right to cross-examine, and this is, I'm sorry, James Keller, the state from 1984. However, it does make the point, state's right to cross-examine defense witnesses is not based upon Sixth Amendment, but rather is required for accurate determination of guilt or innocence and in order to prevent fraud upon the court. And I think that still continues today. It is not an effective cross-examination on, or potentially not an effective cross-examination when you don't know who's behind him, you don't know what's being told to him potentially. It bootstraps, both sides, the state believes. It should be fair. The right to cross-examine witnesses, though not specific to defense and the state, but there's a fairness quality there that he should be here to testify as what he's going to testify to and not remotely because of all the problems that go along with that. Moreover, our argument is that this is testimony that is so remote in nature and it goes nowhere to Darren Lopez's state of mind. Also, it is complete hearsay. This witness got this from Jennifer Faith. He called into the ATF. He chose to call into the ATF to talk to Detective Eric Barnes. And then he, over the phone, relays this information 30 years ago about some man, he can't even name who it was. It is wholly unreliable testimony based on hearsay, remote 30 years ago. He's not here to do it in person, and it has no probative value in this, and it's completely prejudicial. It is only to make Jennifer Faith look bad. That is the only reason for this testimony.
Okay.
The state objects on all of those reasons, Your Honor.
Okay. The objections about cross-examination and it being fair and all of that, for this limited purpose, in this circumstance, are overruled. I am now curious about personal knowledge. Every witness, whether they're on Zoom or wherever, in person, they've got to have personal knowledge. So, to that end, what say you, Mr. Duke?
Judge, I believe Ms. Mitchell was mistaken. Mr. Duncan is going to be testifying to his direct and personal knowledge of his interactions with Jennifer Faith. So it is not testimony about a third person or third party that you've heard about or anything in between. It is what his direct experience with Jennifer Faith and her proclivity to use claims of abuse and rape in order to influence people to do things for her or obtain things in that way.
Okay. All right. I mean, I didn't really think it was relevant when he asked about it the first time, but it was also unobjected to. So I'm going to allow you to do it. I will allow you to do it remotely.
Can I take the witness on voir dire outside the presence of the jury?
To establish
I
his
mean,
personal
but
knowledge?
this has gone from one statement of, it's still hearsay, one statement that Jennifer Faith said to him to all of a sudden now her proclivities to do this. I mean,
Well,
I'm worried that this is just going to get expounded and again just talk about when she was in high school.
no, I understand. It's obviously, you're not going to be using words like proclivity. You're going to talk about this one experience that he has personal knowledge of. He doesn't have any personal knowledge about her proclivity for doing something. That's an inference for the jury. But if you go out of bounds from that, then we'll have to approach the bench, and I will give you your hearing on that. But I think if you're going to be within the bounds of what you've proffered, then I'll allow you to do it.
Thank you.
And I'll do so over your objections. And I'll give you a running objection to this witness's testimony. I didn't, like I said before, I didn't think it was relevant when we got into it the first time, but here we are. So,
Well, and the state would object on that as well. It was only one question that was asked, and it's not like I opened the door. He doesn't open the door by asking this question. That's irrelevant in the first place.
the objection's
It was-
overruled. I understand what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
So, you ready?
Let me make sure, Judge. I think we're good.
How do
turn
you-
that off and turn it back on?
Yeah, thanks. How do you plan on doing cross-examination when it's her turn to ask questions? Switching chairs? Maybe you can set that up on the Elmo, perhaps your laptop?
Yes, yes, Judge. That's a good idea. Not quite. That's about as far as I
Close
can make
enough?
it go.
Yeah. It's up there somewhere. I don't know where.
It's right there where you had your finger at. It's a button that's pushed up and down.
There's a green thing.
Probably.
You don't have to.
Mr. Duncan, will you unmute your computer? And shoot, I can't hear you. Try this one. Will you speak now? Okay, let me try that again here. Yes, now we can hear you. And is the microphone picking that up to a sufficient extent for the court?
I think so.
Mr. Duncan, will you just talk to us again, please?
7 years ago, our founding fathers brought forth the
That'll be good. And impressive. Well done.
You need to invite me to the meeting too, because I need to swear in.
Yes, sir. Do you want me to have you there? You can blur it. sit down. Mhm.
Yeah, we can just go ahead and
Good to see you, sir.
We see your picture on the
Is it on? How you doing, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go on the record, State of Texas versus Darren Lopez. Could you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Keith Duncan, KeithDuncan.
And could you please raise your right hand for me? You swear the testimony you're going to give in this case will be the truth.
I do.
Please put your hand down. Do you swear under oath, sir, that there's nobody else in the room that you're in right now?
I do.
All right, very good. Don't allow anybody in the room that you're in. If somebody comes in or creates a disturbance, please let me know, and you can stop answering questions at that time until we can get that resolved. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Is he in the hallway?
All rise.
Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, you'll notice a couple of things. Our next witness is appearing remotely. This will be the only remote witness that we have today. I have to take care of some procedural things. I do want you to know that I've sworn in the witness. He is now under oath. I'm going to encourage everybody to talk as loudly as they can. It's difficult to hear this as good as we can do. So with that, Mr. Duke, you may call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The defense calls Mr. Keith Duncan.
And Mr. Duncan is present. I have sworn him in as a witness. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Duncan, you can hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and just checking with the courtroom that that's about as good as we're going to get. So if you can, just keep your voice up as much as possible, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Duncan, where are you at right now?
I'm located in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay. And that's where you live, is that correct?
Lifelong resident, yes, sir.
Okay. Part of the reason that you are not in court today is because you have to attend a memorial tomorrow, is that correct?
Yes, sir. My father passed away recently.
My condolences. I appreciate you being here with us, and we're going to get right to the point for the jury. Are you familiar with a woman by the name of Jennifer Faye?
Yes, my junior year and senior year of high school, I dated her, so that would have been her sophomore and junior year. We dated for a year and a half, 2 years.
While the two of you were dating, did you have direct experiences with Jennifer claiming that she had been abused?
Yes, almost immediately within our relationship, she started telling me stories of how her ex-boyfriend before me would rape, molest, abuse her, and it wasn't just a one-time situation, it was a ongoing narrative story of how it was almost like a constant abuse.
Okay. And how did these conversations come up?
Normally they came up when we were in an argument, we were high school torment, gonna break up. She didn't want to do something, didn't want to go somewhere. So if I wanted to go to a restaurant and she didn't, we'd argue about it, and then she'd say, well, I can't go there because he did this to me in the parking lot.
You had relayed. you had relayed to me a specific instance of a weight room incident that you remembered.
So we have a place here in town called the Tucson Racket Club. Racquetball, tennis, swimming, volleyball. So when you're a teenager, it's a great place to go during the summer to stay out of trouble and have something to do. We went there together to hang out, and I wanted to go into the weight room and just get a small workout in, and she didn't. And we started to fight, and eventually she broke down crying, "I can't go up there because my ex-boyfriend raped me there." And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" And she went on to tell a story that he pushed her down and used the bench press bar, the big 45-pound bench press bar, to rape her. Now understand, this room has 3 entrances, 3 exits, cameras, and people coming in and out 24 hours a day. So when I questioned that, of course, then she, well, you don't believe me, and then you don't love me, and we're going to break up, and then the tears. And it was always came back to to the tears, and just you don't understand, and don't make me go through this.
So when you heard about things like this, did you suggest going to the authorities?
I absolutely suggest we need to go to the police, we need to get in touch with adults, teachers, and it was always, no, we can't do that. And then it would change, so you know what, I'm lying, I've lied about the whole thing. To which I would respond, well, if you're lying to me, then, I'm sorry, we're done. Well, no, I didn't really lie to you. Well, then what's the truth? Well, you just have to believe me, and I don't want to talk about it. She would cry and fall in my arms, but she never wanted to go to the police or authorities or do anything that would bring in outside scrutiny. She just wanted that attention, that caring, that playing the victim and take care of it type of thing.
Now, you two ended up breaking up over the summer. Was it between your junior and senior year?
My senior year, I graduated from high school. I went to go work up in Yellowstone National Park. We were going to do a long distance thing, but after about a week away, I kind of, my eyes were opened to a lot of things. I'm like, you know what, we're done. That summer, she went to Europe. When she came back and I came back, she immediately wanted to get back together. I told her, hey, I've heard that you and Darren had gotten together during this whole trip. She vehemently
At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to object to narrative and going outside the scope.
Objection sustained. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me back you up just a little bit. Okay. So the two of you broke up over the summer, and then you returned back to Arizona. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you learned that. Do you know somebody by the name of Darren Lopez?
Yes. I mean, we were small school. We all knew each other, or we loved each other.
And did, and then you said that Jennifer then wanted to basically reconnect with you.
Yes.
Okay. And was anything communicated to you from Jennifer about Darren Lopez?
Objection at this point, Your Honor, relevance.
It goes to the exact same action, Judge.
Can you approach the bench?
Yeah.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Duncan, did Ms. Faith ever ask or imply you to commit any acts of violence?
Violence?
Objection,
No.
hearsay, Your Honor.
That was overruled. Just for that question, you can answer.
Go ahead, sir. And I'll ask it again. Did Ms. Faith ever ask or imply to you to commit any acts of violence?
Acts of violence, no, because that would have attracted attention from adults, but tormenting, bullying, vandalism, that was all accepted and encouraged.
Mr. Duncan, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your testimony. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Duncan, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is a relationship. God, I can hear it.
Might be easier if you just go
That should be.
You can only have one.
Do you want me to just come on? Okay, Mr. Duncan, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, this relationship that you're talking about with Jennifer Faith occurred in 1988?
87, 88, 89, somewhere in those areas, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you dated for 1 or 2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And she
Year and a half, 2 years.
And she complained to you about past boyfriends?
To me, just the one.
Just the one, okay. And then you and she would fight a lot?
No more some of the normal teenagers.
Okay, but you would fight about restaurants and where you were going, and these are when these, and she would claim that she was abused?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that, she had some abuse in her childhood too?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you are what age when you're dating? She's a couple years younger than you?
I'm probably 16 to 18. She's 1 year younger.
Okay, so you were 18 and she was 16.
No, if I was 16, she was 15, and 17, 16.
Okay, well, what was the age that you were?
I was a junior in high school, so I was probably 16.
Okay, so she was 15 years old.
I believe so.
All right. And in these relationships, even though she would tell you these things and you would fight, you continued to date her for 2 years.
Yes.
Okay. And she never asked you, and the only things that came up were bullying and some vandalism.
Tormenting, anything that I could do to make this young man's life miserable, she was more than happy with.
Okay. All right. And, all right. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. I pass the witness.
Just one follow-up question, Mr. Duncan. When you don't know James Faith at all, do you?
No, never had one.
But when you learned about his killing, you felt it important enough to reach out to law enforcement and relay this information that you had, right?
Yeah, because when she told me about her ex-boyfriend, she actually said the same thing about me to other people. I heard those stories come back.
Objection, objection out of the scope and of this, and also he is not answering the question that was asked.
That objection sustained.
And you did reach out to an Officer Barnes, is that correct?
Yes.
And spoke with him over the telephone and relayed all of this information to him as well?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further.
This witness be found excused.
No objection, Judge.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you may stand down. You're excused from any further service. Thank you, Mr. Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we call Mr. Darren Lopez to stand.
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, we're going to fix this, try to fix that. So take a brief recess, if you would, please. Go with the sheriff, wait for the instructions. All rise for the jury. Sheriff, the hallway should be sufficient. Go ahead, Sheriff.
All rise.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Sir, if you would please face me and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please. Put your hand down. You'll be responding to questions first from Mr. Sanchez, perhaps also Ms. Mitchell. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lopez, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Darren Lopez, Darrin Lopez.
And Darren, where are you from?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Where were you born?
I was born in Berlin, Germany, and then my father was in the military.
So did you move around a lot?
A couple places. We were in Germany until '74. My father's active duty enlistment was up. From there, we moved to Las Cruces, New Mexico. My father stayed in the Army Reserve, and he was at New Mexico State University finishing his PhD in education. In 1980, my father became a professor at the University of Arizona in Tucson, so we moved to Tucson in 1980. And so from 1980 until present, my mom and brothers and sister are still in Tucson.
Okay. Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes, I had 3 brothers and 1 sister. 2 years ago, my youngest brother was killed in an auto accident.
Okay. And so you basically stayed in Arizona after your father got a job there?
Yes. When my father became a professor at the University of Arizona, he then also was attached to the Armor Battalion in Tucson there, and he was an executive officer. Starting with, he was, I believe at the time, a rank of major, and then he stayed in the reserves, which was in Tucson and Phoenix, always active. I attended school there until graduated high school in 1990, and then I was 18 and thought I could do everything on my own and moved out.
Let me slow you down. I know you got
Yes.
A lot of information you want to give. Do you come from a family of military individuals? Just your father? Are there other people in your family? who are in the military?
Both my grandfathers served in World War II. One in the Air Force and one in the Army during the war. They came back, and then my father, and then I followed in his footsteps. My father served. His whole reserve time he allowed to be longer, but he ended up retiring. Shoot.
That's fine.
But he achieved the rank of full colonel. He ended up retiring out as the brigade commander of the Army Brigade there in Arizona.
So your father's still living?
No, my father's deceased now. He passed away years ago of lung cancer.
So you went to school in Arizona. What was the name of the high school?
High school was South Point Catholic High School.
And how long did you attend there?
4 years, from 86 to 90, all 4 years, freshman through senior.
Okay. Was that an all-boys school, co-ed?
No, it was co-ed. That was where I met Jennifer, and that's the same high school that Keith Duncan went to.
The gentleman we just heard from right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's where we all know each other from.
And so you met Jennifer in high school?
Yes, my sophomore year. I was a band. I played trumpet. I was also in extracurricular with the jazz band. My sophomore year in the jazz band, my band director at the time knew Jennifer. She modeled for his wife. She took local commercials and stuff like that. His wife ran an agency, so our band director knew Jennifer, that she played the keyboard, and we needed a keyboardist to play for our keyboard bass for our jazz band. So he brought her in, and so I met Jennifer in 1987. Yeah, so she was 15. We were both 15 then.
Okay. So you met her through the band?
Yeah, we were together. Yes.
When you met her, though, how soon did you start dating?
Oh no, it was a couple of years later. At the time after we met, that's when I don't think she was with Keith yet. Later at that time frame is when she started dating Keith. From my understanding, she had dated Keith, like he had said, up until his end of his senior year, which was the end of my junior year. That's when they broke up. It's that summer vacation when they broke up that when me and Jennifer got together.
And so, just to get this straight, so Keith, the gentleman we just heard from,
Yes.
Had dated her first.
Yes, sir.
They broke up, and then you
Yes.
started dating her.
Correct.
Did you ask her out, or did she ask you?
No, I was a mutual friendship. It was, we were asked to join a special band representing the whole state of Arizona. I was in the band portion playing trumpet. She was also a vocalist. She was in the choir. This was a 3-week tour as basically students from all over Arizona. We came together, and then we traveled into Europe together, and we played in London, Paris, Switzerland. We got to tour Austria, Germany. So for those 3 weeks, it was when we arrived first in London. Like I said, we already knew each other. Even leading up to this, through practices and rehearsals, we were starting to get closer. So when we got there, we actually started to get together. I would say after the first 4 days in London, their next stop was in Paris. That's when I'd say, became an official boyfriend and girlfriend. For me, we had our very first kiss was on the Eiffel Tower. Very memorable to me. Something that, will stay with me for forever. It was, special. She was like, I'd probably say I had dated a couple ladies, prior to, but Jennifer ended up being my first serious girlfriend for a long term, and started that way.
Okay. And so this trip was your junior year?
It was the summer between junior and senior year.
So eventually, during that trip, of course, the trip itself meant a lot to you also, right? Not just everything you went through with her there in that trip, the Eiffel Tower and places you visited in Germany, things like that, right?
Exactly. I mean, we were, it was mainly, a bus tour, so we got to sit in the bus together. So we were together constantly. I would be able to hold her. One of the things she always said was that I always made her feel super safe. She was able to relax. She actually, would fall asleep a lot on my arms as I was holding her as we were traveling through Europe. We got to tour everything together. We got to see the Matterhorn, got to go close to the base of the Matterhorn, have lunch there. We took pictures, stayed in Zermatt. We got to visit, Austria, and then Germany was real big, going through the rainforest with her, being able to walk through the rainforest. And Germany has some awesome trail paths there, and as you're walking, there's just a bench shows up like under a tree. One of the things is it started to rain slightly, and so we spent about a good 30 minutes under this tree on this bench just with each other. It's getting towards twilight, so as the rain ended, fireflies came out, and that's another strong memory for me.
Okay. Now, after this trip, and this was in the summer.
Yes.
You got back from the trip back
Yes.
to Arizona.
Correct.
Continued dating when you got back.
Yes.
Did you
Yeah,
continue dating all throughout high school?
Yeah, we finished that. We continued dating until, I guess we separated in 1993. So we stayed together all the time.
May I approach you?
Okay.
No?
That's the defense. Defense number 7?
Yes.
I thought you said 287.
Let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do. At senior prom picture.
Okay. And how old were you there?
So I'd be 17. Yeah, going on. Yeah, because we graduated. My birthday's in June, so I turned 18 right as soon as we graduated. So 17.
Okay. And
almost going on 18.
That was taken at the high school during the prom.
Yeah. Well, at the we usually had it at a ballroom at one of the local hotels, like at the Marriott there. I don't remember, but yeah, that's where it was.
Of course, this is a black and white photo, but it hasn't been altered in any way. It's a copy of a photo, but it has the things that are depicted in the photo. Have they been altered in any way?
No.
Now you can tell.
No, not that I can tell.
All right. This time I would move to enter into evidence defendant's exhibit number 7, provided to the state for any objections.
You may publish.
To say the least, you and her look much younger back then, obviously, than you do here today. But so you took her to prom,
Yes.
And then you kept dating her after senior year.
Yes, we stayed together. We both started to attend. Actually, she had already graduated high school my senior year. She was actually attending Pima Community College, which was actually a college close to my house, like within 10 minutes. So a lot of her days when I was finishing my senior year at South Point, Jennifer was attending the community college there. In between her classes, she would come back to my house. She would hang out with my mom and my 2 youngest siblings at the time, John Paul and Yvonne. They were 2 and 3 years old. So, she was, loved by my family. We were together all the time. And after I graduated in 90, we both then moved up to Flagstaff, Arizona, and attended Northern Arizona University.
So you moved up there together?
Yes.
Did you live together?
No, we in both in dorms.
Okay.
We were freshmen in college, so we both had dorm rooms, but we were together. And then
when you got to college, you
Yes.
still continued dating.
Yes.
Okay, you're still together.
Yes.
And did you finish college?
No, I only attended the first year. Like I said, I was 18, oldest of a Hispanic family with a Hispanic father that was a colonel in the Army. We butted heads. Me thinking I knew everything, chose my path to be on my own. And so I was trying to do this financially on my own with college, and that did not work out.
So eventually you stopped going to college.
Right. After I completed my freshman year. We both completed freshman year. And then she stayed in school. I stayed in Flagstaff and started working fast food.
And what did you do what restaurant was that?
It was started in Jack in the Box. And then I worked my way up to be assistant manager there. It was actually, since Flagstaff, Arizona, it's a bigger small city up in Arizona. And this Jack in the Box is it's the largest one, and actually for the state of Arizona, we actually do some of the most business. So it's very high business Jack in the Box. It's a corporate Jack in the Box, and so all my levels that I got to be trained in there, I was corporate. I'm working my way up to being a corporate assistant manager.
And so did you end up entering the reserves around this time?
Yes, at the same time to help with finances. I knew my father was in the reserves. I knew how it worked. I had a calling to start with the military, and so then at that time, then I also joined the reserves, which then sent me away for, I'd say, 6 to 7 months to do my basic training. And then at the time, I started out as a truck driver with the reserves. So AIT is Advanced Individual Training that we received. So all that stuff together was about, I'd say, 6 to 7 months time frame that I was away. It was during that time, that was in 93 time frame.
During this time that you were working at Jack in the Box and in the reserves, did you continue to date Jennifer?
Yeah, all the way up until, like I said, I took off to actually go to training. As I said, it was at the beginning of '93. I took off to basic training in AIT, and at that point, she was continuing on with college. I was away. I was away. I would call and write, but she started dating other people, and so we kind of, at that point is when our lives started to separate.
And the person she ended up dating is somebody you knew, right?
There was a couple guys, but then I think you're alluding to would be her first husband, Mike. Yeah, when I came back, she told me, she had dated a couple other guys in between, and then she started getting serious with this man named Mike, who I got to meet, and he eventually ended up becoming her first husband, and he is the biological father to Amber.
Had you met your first wife yet at this time?
When I came back, yes, I returned working at Jack in the Box. My wife Rebecca came up from Phoenix to start working at Jack in the Box, and that's how we met, working there.
And how soon after you met did you all get married?
About a year later, I ended up moving down to Phoenix. Rebecca actually moved back early. She only stayed up in Flagstaff for a few months, and she had to go back to Phoenix. She transferred back down. That's where her family lives. And so at the time in Flagstaff, we weren't dating, but we were friends. But, I had a couple roommates that we shared an apartment with, and so we were all four of us were friends, and she would come over to our place and hang out a lot. So I got to know her there, socially. My friends were married, Pam and Todd, and they ended up having a young baby, and so they were moving back down to Phoenix because that's where Pam's family is from, so to help out with living. At the time, nothing else was happening in Flagstaff for me, so I decided to move with Pam and Todd and still be the roommate down in Phoenix, and I transferred into the restaurant where Rebecca was working. And so we reconnected there, and then at that time is when we started actually dating. I would say we dated, I guess, maybe 10 months, and then we ended up getting married in '94.
Now, around this time, is this around the time that you ended up entering the military?
Yes, transferring down to Phoenix, their Jack in the Box was in I guess we call it a gang zone. I was the night manager. I would work overnights with Rebecca. She had 2 young daughters, which became my daughters, Summer and Ashley. At the time, they were 7 and 4. And so when after we started dating, became serious, we moved in together. And so then to help take care of the girls, I was the night shift manager. I'd work overnights, and Rebecca worked during the days. So I would get off at 6 in the morning, Rebecca would go to work. I would take care of the girls in the morning, get them off to school, sleep, and then, be able to be with them in the afternoon. Then Rebecca would come back home. I'd take a little bit more of a nap, and then get up and go and do the night shift.
So when did you go into active duty?
I went into active duty at the end of '94 because of the gang violence there. Especially on the weekends, they would come around. There was a shooting next door in the Circle K. A kid got shot. He ended up running into my restaurant. He was bleeding from his arm. I ended up putting a tourniquet on there, saved him, called the ambulance, took care of him. We would get, the gangs would come around. We'd have to lock our doors. They'd come around. They would mark all on our windows. And so at that point, I was in the reserves. I was getting fed up with this. I was thinking, if I'm going to live a dangerous life, let me go in the military. At least they give me a gun, teach me how to do so I can fight back and defend myself. So that's what, and then, being newly married, it would provide a much better living for my family.
So when did you go off to training for your full service in the military?
Right, so it would be, I think they have it on my records, I think December of 4-ish. Basically, I had to, since I've already been through basic training, was in there, I changed job.
This time I'm just gonna have to object to narrative.
We're going to ask you the question now, so it'll go a lot faster and much smoother. Is that okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I know you have a lot to say, but, just answer the question I ask you, and then I'll ask you the next question. Is that okay?
Okay, I understand. Sorry.
Okay. So you eventually go into the full service, into the military.
Yes, sir.
Were you, at first, were you always special operations?
Special forces?
Special forces?
No, sir. You're not allowed to. At the time frame, you had to be at the rank of E4. So no. Usually that means 2 to 3 years in the service.
So so you were in the service for a little bit before you became special forces.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how long was that? A couple years?
94. So my first duty station was in 95. I was in South Korea for a year, and then I was with the Air Defense at the time. 96 came to Fort Lewis, Washington, and again with Air Defense, and then I applied for Special Forces in 1999.
And when you applied for Special Forces, you obviously got in, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, so what type of training did you have to go through to be a Special Forces?
It's an intense training. Special Forces, to be a Special Forces unit, it's a 12-man team. It's comprised of,
Well, let me ask you this way.
Yes.
How long is the training?
For me, it took 3 years. I got my medical training, and you do language training, and then you do tactical training.
So 3 years to become a part of the Special Forces.
Yes, sir.
And were you always a medic with the Special Forces, or did that start later?
No, sir. That was my assigned duty job for Special Forces. That's where I got trained in.
And to be trained we hear of medics in the military a lot.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between a regular medic and a Special Forces medic?
Book definition.
Briefly.
Yeah, book definition is I am trained to keep a critically injured casualty alive on my own for 7 days. In that, we are trained almost to the level of a physician's assistant in an emergency room. Basically, a physician's assistant's schooling takes about 2 years. Ours gets condensed down to 1 year. So, like I said, it's highly advanced. Along the course, I am also become a nationally registered paramedic. We do training. We actually go to New York, do training on ambulance.
Okay, so you went through this special training, which is not everybody makes it, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so you go through the special training, you graduate, and then you are put into action as a Special Forces soldier, right?
Yes, sir.
And the people that you served with at the very beginning as a Special Forces soldier,
Yes, sir.
are those friends that you still see to this day or talk to?
They're my lifelong friends, sir. And I graduated.
Let me ask you this: are some of them in this courtroom today?
Yes, they are, sir.
So you go to the Special Forces, and then you are deployed out to do things in the world, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Right away, I was.
Where'd you go first?
We kicked off. I was assigned to a 5th Special Forces group in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, in end of 2002. 5th Special Forces is in charge of the Middle East. In 2003, we were prepping to invade into Iraq. So I deployed first to Kuwait, and actually on Super Bowl Sunday.
Let me stop you there.
Yes.
You have a long military history, don't you?
20 years, sir.
Okay. And just so the jury can follow along, but later if they want to look at this, these are your military records. Have you had a chance to go over these with me?
Yes, I have, sir.
And do they seem complete to you?
Yes, they do. They seem like my complete DoD, the Department of Defense file that they have for me. Contains all my awards. My DD-214 basically is the...
That's fine. That's
yeah.
fine. We'll go over these later. But this special seal is sent along with them from the government to show that these are the real
Yes, sir.
The records, right? They certify them as being accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, I would move to enter into evidence defendant's exhibit number 8.
Your Honor, the state's going to object to relevance to these records coming in at this time.
Any replies to the military records?
Your Honor, he goes to explain his experiences and his injuries that we're going to talk about soon.
Let me review the exhibit before I make a ruling. So the objection is sustained for now.
So you go into the military, and part of being deployed as in the special forces, though, there's something you have to fill out called a SEER card. It's come up already in this trial before, but again, what is a SEER card?
Yes, sir. SEER, S-E-R-E, stands for Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. Basically, it's a school, one of the last schools you go to teach us how to act to be if we ever are captured by the enemy. So the SEER card for Special Forces we have to fill out prior to each deployment. And because on there...
I'm going to object to narrative. This is going to continue.
On this SEER card,
yes.
what information do you have to put on it? And the reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Wolf,
Yes,
is
sir.
because this has to do with Jennifer, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Explain to the jury how that SEER card relates to Jennifer Faith.
Yes, sir. On the SEER card, it's a, once I fill it out, it's a top secret document to be used only if I'm captured. In that, so you have to fill out boxes to put down pertinent information that only I know. So in the event of my capture, when I get hopefully rescued, the rescue unit can pick out specific questions that only I know to verify that it's me.
And so how does it relate to Jennifer herself?
So filling out these boxes, it's, you gotta remember, it's 2003, it's the beginning of the internet. They want you to use only information that only I would know. And
so did you put Jennifer down on that SEER card?
Yes, it's not just the name, it's like a block of questions. So you have to put down like events. And so what I used was like, you know, my first a major girlfriend was Jennifer Nichols. You know, we met and we attended the band trip. Basically, I used the band trip for my summer year. So I put down our first kiss was on the Eiffel Tower. I put down that, you know, we traveled and viewed the Matterhorn together. You know, we were in Zermatt, outside of the hotel there.
So you put all that information as it related to Jennifer in that card?
Yes, sir.
Now,
see, and then also, I'm sorry.
I know you want to say it, but
yes, sir.
We will be able to ask follow-up questions. Okay. I know, so just to make this go smooth. All right.
Yes, sir.
So you put down Jennifer's name. You put down the memories you have of her. Why did you pick Jennifer and not anybody else?
Like I said, you want to use something that only I know. That's also not accessible, hopefully, on the internet. So I couldn't use like anything from my current family, any current friends, anything current where people could look up, even like my close family. If any information that the enemy could get over the internet about me, that, you know, they could use against me that way.
Well, and then so does that have something to do with the fact that when you are deployed in the military and off in another country, you have one life, and then when you're deployed, when you come back home, you have another life? Does that have something to do with that also?
Yes, for me, that's the way I operated. You know, because also with this, you know, the thing you asked about the, you know, why I picked Jennifer is also these memories you have to have in case, you know, I'm captured. I could be captured for a long time, could be tortured. These memories have to be something that's ingrained in me, that I know when I am rescued, I'm going to answer the question, no matter what I've been through, for how long I've been through. So that's why they have to be very specific and very meaningful to me to make sure that I remember at the time.
Now, so you're sent off, and you eventually, do you go to, what's the first place you go, Iraq?
Yes, sir. Well, we actually deployed into Kuwait, and we staged. I was, you know, part of the initial invasion force into Iraq when we invaded in April 2003.
As part of your deployment there in an invasion of Iraq, did you end up going to Saddam Hussein's palace?
Yes, sir. Well, my team ended up being assigned.
Objection, Your Honor, to this line of questioning is relevant.
Well, let's get to what's important then. Okay, we'll come back to that eventually. Were you injured in Iraq?
Yes, sir. A major injury occurred on my third deployment.
And were you injured before that also?
Slight. I was blown. I had IEDs, improvised explosive devices, the road bombs, go off right next to my Humvee a couple of times during a trip to, and that started my concussion injuries.
And so, but then when was it that you received your most serious injury?
That would have been September 9th, 2005. I was blown up by two truck-borne improvised explosive devices. And during this event, it killed 19. The only 4 of us that survived were the 4 members from my special forces team. We were all injured. Greg and John were.
Let's talk about your injury.
Yes, sir.
How bad was it?
Sir, I was blown up twice by 2 truck bombs within 30 seconds of each other.
Now, in the part of the presentation that the state gave, they actually showed a picture of the car, the truck that was blown up. Nine. I'm sure it was marked at States Exhibits, Defense Exhibit number 9 and 10. Are these pictures of that explosion or the aftermath of the explosion?
Let me see here.
I think one of these has already been shown as a part of the state's case, but these are pictures that you have.
Yes, I know. I saw in the state's case that were part of an email I sent to Jennifer, talking about my injuries. Yes, so these are the 2 trucks that were blown up.
Okay. I move to enter into evidence definitive number 9 and 10.
No objection.
They're admitted, you may publish.
What we see there is that the truck that had the nitrate in it that blew up?
It looks like the front end of one of them. There was 2. These were both 5-ton dump trucks, the real large dump trucks. In each truck was 5 55-gallon drums of the ammonium nitrate.
Okay. Is that similar to what was used to blow up the Oklahoma City building, if you recall?
The exact same stuff.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
And this is another part of that explosion, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you were near that explosion,
yes, sir.
What injuries did you receive?
On my face, I was shrapnel wounds on me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
Did you receive a brain injury?
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained. Go ahead.
Did you receive a brain injury?
Objection relevance.
The objection to the brain injury is overruled. I'll allow you to get into the brain injury, and then we need to move along.
You received a brain injury.
Yes, sir.
And you were treated for that, right?
Yes, sir. And then also my eardrums were blown out. I have tinnitus in both ears.
And so, as part of did you stay in the military after that explosion, or no?
Sir, I stayed on deployment, sir. I recovered for 5 days and was back on duty.
And is that when you received your Purple Heart for?
Yes, sir.
You also received 2 gold stars, right?
Bronze stars,
Objection, Your
sir.
Honor, relevance.
Objection sustained.
And so you received these injuries, and eventually you're treated for them back here in the United States, right?
Eventually, sir. I don't get diagnosed with that traumatic brain injury until the end of 2009. So that was basically after my 5th deployment is when I officially got diagnosed with the brain injuries due to that explosion.
And was that diagnosed here in the United States?
Yes, sir, at Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
So just to reiterate, this explosion happened on which deployment?
My 3rd deployment, sir.
And so you served 3 more deployments before you were brought back to be diagnosed?
Objection relevance.
No objections overruled. We've already started down this road.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. So you
You
served
answered
3.
that question. I didn't get an answer.
Thank you.
Please let me make a ruling before you
Oh,
ask
I'm sorry.
another question.
I'm sorry.
You can answer that question if you recall it. Do you recall it?
The question, do you recall the question?
No, sir.
Okay.
What deployment was it? How many deployments did he serve before he was diagnosed with the brain condition?
I was after my 5th deployment is when I was diagnosed.
Okay. All right. So you're diagnosed, and is that at Fort Campbell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're diagnosed, and eventually, did it lead to you being discharged on 100% disability because of your injuries?
Yes, sir. Eventually.
Okay. And when that happened, where did you go? Did you come back to? Where did you come back to? Arizona? Where did you move back?
No, sir. I stayed local. We fell in love with Tennessee. We were living there since 2002. No, I stayed local. I was already at that time living in the residence in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee. I moved there in 2008. So no, I retired out of the military and stayed there.
Let's move forward to 2018, where you and Rebecca had been married for a while, right?
About, I believe 23 years, sir. Yes.
Okay. And your marriage breaks down.
Yes, sir.
Objection relevance.
My objections overruled. I think we're moving forward in time.
Your marriage breaks down, and
Yes, sir.
So you're living in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
And Rebecca is no longer living with you.
Correct.
So you live there. Do you live by yourself, or did somebody live with you?
My 3 youngest girls at the time were when we split up. The 3 girls initially stayed with me.
Okay. And so at this time, from 2018 to 2020, were you being treated for traumatic brain injury?
Yes, sir, and PTSD.
Okay. That's what the diagnosis the doctors gave you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you're living by yourself. You are, or your daughters.
To begin with.
And then there came a point where you were the only one living in that house, right?
Yes, sir. Once Rebecca left.
Objection non-responsive.
Anything after yes, sir, is technically non-responsive.
Okay.
Go ahead, ask another question.
And so in 2020, you're living there by yourself. COVID hits, and you reached out to Jennifer Faye.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why did you reach out to her?
That 2019, I became extremely depressed. That's when the girls actually ended up moving away from me back to be with Rebecca. So I was by myself. For that full year, I had no contact, even with my buddies. I became extremely depressed. January 1st of 2020, I made my New Year's resolution to get back into life. And that's when I reconnected with my buddies, and at that time frame, started to look for Jennifer.
Is she the only person you looked for, or in your life from the past?
Yes, sir.
And is that because she was so important for you in the military and in your past life?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And so you reach out to her, and we've seen where you contacted her on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Okay. And how did that make you feel when she responded to you after initially not knowing if it was you or not?
Ecstatic. It took me a couple months of internet searching for it to find her. and finally came across her Twitter and LinkedIn and was able to reach out.
And just so we're clear too, did you have internet service where you lived, or had to use your phone to as a hotspot?
It was a mobile hotspot. I live out in the country with nothing.
Okay. So you finally, as we've seen in the emails, you reconnect with her.
Yes.
Right. As part of your New Year's resolution to reconnect with people, and you started emailing with her right away, right?
Yes, sir. I wanted to, when I reached out to her, I wanted to thank her and let her know what she did for me for all these years. For the 10 years that I was in combat, what she meant with me and how she helped me through it. You know, prior to each deployment, I would have to fill out that SEER card.
Objection narrative, Your Honor.
And then I'm sorry, Judge. So you wanted to reach out to her. Was your intent to break up her family?
No, sir. You clearly see that in the email that they showed yesterday.
As a matter of fact, at what point did it start to get more than just hello, I'm here, I remember you? As we see, you know, it starts. You said at some point you start professing your love for her.
Yes, sir. I mean, I was surprised yesterday to see how rapidly it was. If you had asked me, I would have said it took a couple weeks, not just a few days. But right away, she started telling me about her relationship with Jamie and how it was not emotional and no physical love there. And so that's when it started to grow.
Okay. You talked about a 5-year plan with her. Can you tell the jury what that's about?
Yes, sir. I mean, as you know, after we were reconnecting, talking about it, found out that, you know, she was a little bit distant from her husband. You know, if possibly we wanted to get together. And 5, you know, I'm still going through a divorce. I wasn't divorced yet. You know, my daughters were in school. I was not going to move from where I was. My daughters were going to finish high school, all of them. My youngest at the time was in 8th grade. So it was going to be 5 years before she graduated high school. So before I would move anywhere to maybe be with her, it was going to be a 5-year plan.
And was that your plan, or was it both your plans? I mean, who
I came from me.
Okay.
You know, I said that, you know, I will not be able to do this. You know, it's going to take 5 years.
Okay. Now, you eventually, over time, I mean, we've seen the emails, over time, eventually you received information that she was being abused. Is that true? At some point?
Yes, text messages.
Okay. So the first time you heard of abuse was through a text message?
Yes.
Okay. And but prior to, and now who was that purportedly from?
It turned out to be, it came from Jennifer Faith's phone, but it popped up. I believe the text message at first was, you know, I know about you two. I'm going to take it out on her. Okay. Meaning, I was reading it as it was coming from Jamie.
Okay. What did you think? I mean, were you surprised by that?
I was in shock.
Now, wait. And that was coming from Jennifer's phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any time during this whole episode, at any time, did you ever get a text message directly from another phone that was Jamie Faith's phone?
No, sir.
It was always through her phone?
Correct.
Okay. So the first time you got this message where he says, you know, I found out about you, you look at it, did you respond to it?
Yeah, I believe so. And, you know, I was like, what do you mean? You know.
Now, were you kind of confused as far as why, you know, like, is Jennifer playing a joke on me, or like, why is this coming from her phone?
Correct. You know, when it came in there, you know, I was confused. You know exactly who was sending it.
Okay. So you get this message. What do you do?
Like I said, I text back. You know, like, what do you mean? And I believe then is when he said, you know, this is Jamie. I found her phone and I see all the you two have been texting. and and he was upset about it.
Okay. Now, prior to that message, though, you and Jennifer had talked about him, right? Did she relate to you that they were, not as close as they used to be, or they weren't intimate as they used to be, correct?
Correct. Yeah, she told me that they had not had sexual intercourse in 4 years.
Now, I'm going to show you. It's not really it's already an exhibit. It's a copy of an email, the first email, that one of the first emails where you received from Jennifer.
What exhibit number is that?
It's actually already in evidence, and it's part of the state's record, right?
Well,
what is it?
Listen, I appreciate that. It may be, but if
I'll
you're
mark it.
pulling it out, why don't you mark it
Okay.
just so we can be clear on
Okay.
the record what we're talking about.
Trying to save some paper here. What am I on
Defense 11.
now? Thank you.
Any objection to defense 11?
It's already in evidence.
It is. No objection.
Defense 11 is admitted. Thank you.
Now, in Saturday, April 11th, do you remember this email that you received from Jennifer where she's forwarding to you an email that was purportedly from Jamie Faith?
Yes, I do.
And that was an email where she's telling you that he wants to put her on this vegan meal plan, right?
Yes, sir. The important thing is there's the 1,200 calories. This is, like I said, April 11th already. Abuse had already started happening. I got to the point where, because I initially made initial contact with her on March 17th, so we're talking already 3 or 4 weeks into it.
Okay. Now, this is my question.
Yes.
My question is this the first time or one of the first times that you had seen Jamie's email address?
That's the very first time.
Very first time?
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah.
the very first time that you see his email address
Yes.
is when she forwards you something that that you believe had been emailed to her by Jamie.
Yes. Jennifer told me, I believe talking on the phone, that Jamie and Jeremy thought she was a little chubby and she needed to lose weight, and so they were going to put her on this 1,200 calorie diet.
And so when you receive an email forwarded to you from this email address, do you have any reason to believe that that's a fake email?
No, sir.
Okay. So she sends you this innocuous email with that in there.
Well,
now that you're sitting here today, to make it look like it's a real email. Is that true?
Well, yeah, no, sir. She called me on the phone and said, "I'm forwarding this to you. This is what Jamie sent to me."
So from then on, whenever you would respond in an email who you think or talk to Jamie, it was from this. It's because you got it through this email.
The Jamie Faith email?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the stories of abuse that Jennifer was relaying to you. We see some emails where she's doing that, right? Was it when she was telling you about the abuse? Was it always through an email?
No, mainly through text messages.
Okay, through text messages.
Text messages, yes.
Was she also telling you on the phone? So in other words, all your conversations were not just text messages. They were also speaking on the phone with a voice.
Yes, sir. Yes. No, that's why, eventually the text started. I was confused at first, and then, after that first night, she was able to call and let me know that, hey, Jamie starting to take my phone from me and sending you messages. I'm sorry. And so then, yes, over the course of time after the abuse started, when she would be able to call, then I would hear her voice, and she would again relay what had happened, and be crying about it and upset.
How did you feel about that?
I was in shock. I didn't know what to do. I was upset, and I wanted her to get the authorities involved right away.
Let me ask you this. Now, the fact that she was texting, or he was texting you through her phone, eventually, did you and her work out a system where you would know it was really her texting you and not him?
Yes, sir.
What system was that?
That's when we used my Special Forces team number, which is 575. So I told her when she writes to put down 575 right away, or if I just received a random text message, I would ask team. And so if I got the response 575 back, I knew it was her. If I got any other response back, like maybe like Green Bay Packers or Patriots or something or other, then I knew it was Jamie.
So, on the phone or through text, you immediately wanted to involve the authorities?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you? What was the reason that you yourself just didn't pick up the phone and call the Dallas Police Department?
It got real bad one night, and I threatened to do it because at first Jennifer didn't want me to. After the first 2 times, I was like, we need to do something. And it was like, I believe the 3rd time it got real bad that night. I had texted, I'm going to call the cops right now. And I actually looked up the phone number for Dallas PD. I texted that I got the phone number and I'm calling now. And then all of a sudden my phone rings and it's her calling me and saying, no, don't. He stopped. So the first few times, that was what would stop me. And she didn't want the cops involved right away.
Why didn't she want the cops involved?
She said that she started blaming it on herself and me by getting together, and she did not want to hurt Amber. Amber was living with them at the time. It was COVID had hit.
So the reason she didn't want to call the police was because she felt somehow responsible because she was with you, and that maybe that's why she didn't want involved.
That she set it off. That she, was doing something against their marriage, and so she was taking it like it was her fault, and then she did not want Amber ever find out what her dad was doing to her mom.
So, is this around the time that you started sending emails to Jamie in which you were threatening him to call the police or tell him I've called the police?
Yes, sir.
But you never called the police, even when you said I've just called the police.
Correct, because it was building up through the phone calls. Jennifer finally told me, Darren, if you call the cops, I'm going to deny everything, so don't get them involved. And I really don't want Amber to know anything about this.
So she told you she wouldn't cooperate. If the police got there, she'd tell them nothing happened, and then she wouldn't basically send the police away.
Correct.
Did she also relay to you that also if the cops came and then she sent them away, that it would go worse for her later?
Yes. During the texting prior to this, if I would respond, because Jamie would write out what he was doing to her, if I responded, it would get worse. And she would tell me this on the phone later in time, that if I ever responded to stuff, Jamie would take more out on her.
So the reasons you weren't calling the police were because she asked you to, not to, because she felt like she was the cause of it, first of all.
Yes.
Also, then she told you that she wouldn't cooperate with the police because she didn't want Amber also to find out what her father was doing to her, correct?
Correct.
And then also because it would go worse for her after she wouldn't cooperate. She didn't want to have to deal with that.
Correct.
So you took it upon yourself to send emails to the person you thought was Jamie Faith, to threatening him with going to the police sometimes, and also going to his job, right?
Correct.
Let me back up here a little bit about going to the police. Okay. Did she make you promise or give you a word that you wouldn't call the police?
Yes, sir. She made me swear that I would not call the police and that I would never tell Amber. And she knew how close I was to my daughters, and so I understood why she wanted to protect Amber.
And you giving your word as a military man, what does that mean?
Everything, sir. It's my honor. I'm going to do it. When I give my word, it will be done.
That was part of it also, and because you loved her.
True. Yes, sir.
Now, we've seen some emails where you say, I've called the police, or I'm about to call the police to
Yes.
Jamie. Were those just ways of trying to scare him?
Yes. At the time I was trying to scare him, and then also at this time I was trying to, when Jennifer would call me, I was asking to who else what other friends that she can tell. I started asking her to give me somebody else to talk to, that so maybe somebody else could help.
Because you were in Tennessee.
I was in Tennessee, and I knew them for what, 3 weeks, and this was started. And so Jamie doesn't know me. I don't know Jamie. So I was hoping to get somebody that knew them both. That maybe get somebody else involved. They can talk to Jamie and get this to stop.
Is that when the persona of Robert Schmidt came into play?
Yes, Rob Schmidt. But before even any of this started, when we were starting to get to know each other, Jennifer told me about Rob. They were work partners. They've been work partners from Phoenix for like 15 years. They got promoted together, and they were working out of Dallas.
So you had heard of Rob before?
Yes, sir. I knew he was a close work friend.
So when she suggested him to you, you trusted that they were good friends?
I was thankful. It took me a couple weeks to actually, get anything from Jennifer to, a phone number or an email, somebody for me to contact to let them know what was going on.
Let me back up a little bit. Did you ever ask for Jamie's number?
I don't think I ever asked for Jamie's number directly.
Okay. Why is that?
I believe from that one email, I got from Jamie. It stated that Jamie was going to call. He's like, I was going to call, but I knew we would start fighting, so I just kind of took it that it probably wouldn't be good for us to talk on the phone that way. Like I said, he didn't know me. I didn't know him. I wanted somebody he knew to make that first voice phone call to him, other than me.
Now, we saw in your first email to Rob, you started with basically, I got your email from Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
And that's how she actually gave you the email, right?
Yes, Jennifer finally gave me the email, and I was happy. Like I said, it took me a couple of weeks working on Jennifer, saying, we have to stop this. You don't deserve to be hurt this way. We need to let somebody else know.
And were you led to believe by the person that we know now was Jennifer, but back then you didn't know that?
No, sir, no idea.
Did you come to believe that Rob was actually helping?
Yes, I did. I wrote, you saw the emails yesterday. We went through them, quite a bit of detail, but, even I gave my phone number at first to him with all the information and any suggestions that I had to hopefully, get Rob to act and to respond. And
now this Rob person assured you that he was going to talk to Jamie about it, right?
Yes.
And you believe that he did?
Yes, I got that belief from phone calls with Jennifer. Jennifer would tell me about the phone calls between Rob and Jamie. So she was telling me, I was getting the emails from Rob saying, I called Jamie, and then I was getting, voice, talking to Jennifer herself, saying that yes, Rob called. They had this phone call. Or when I get the emails where Rob said I'm talking to Jen, Jen would later tell me on the phone, yes, Rob just called and we talked.
Now, in that one email, that first email that you wrote to Rob, at the bottom of the email, you give him your phone number.
I do.
Did he ever attempt to call you? The person, anybody trying to act at least like Rob?
No, sir. No, nobody called. It was all email, but I was happy for that. You know, I was getting a response. I thought, you know, it was happening because then, you know, Jennifer would tell me on the phone that, you know, Rob called Jamie. Like after that first time that he said he called, you know, Jamie was really upset about stuff, but the abuse stopped for a couple days.
Did you think it now? Of course, now looking back now, knowing what you know, but at the time, did you think it was odd that you were never speaking to Rob and on the phone or Jamie?
No, honestly, at the time, no. I was just relieved to have a third person involved in Rob. Like I said, I never. After that initial message from Jamie to me saying, you know, he didn't want to talk to me, you know, I never really considered talking to Jamie himself. I would have talked to Rob. I asked for his phone number. Jennifer would never give me his phone number. She would never give me Amber's phone number. I asked for both of those phone numbers. She would never give me either one of those. You know, and that I started out first asking for phone numbers, and when she was negative, you know, then emails. That's why I said she kind of, you know, she would leave me on for a while, and then finally gave me that email to Rob. I was so happy just to speak to somebody else. You know, I took it for being Rob.
And the reason you were relieved because you truly thought she was being abused.
Yes, sir. Yes. I mean, not only the text messages, but again, from her voice herself, telling me on the phone what had happened.
And at some point, there came another character into her emails to you or messages, Jeremy.
Yes, sir.
What did you think about Jeremy?
I thought he was a bastard. The way I got introduced to him was on a Friday night, him showing up at 1 a.m. with Jamie and Jeremy taking Jennifer back to Jeremy's place to abuse her.
And you know, we don't have to go in depth as to what was said in those emails. The jury saw it. We don't have to keep reiterating that, but you know, we'll call it abuse for now.
Yes.
But it was enough that it made you alarmed, and it made you feel that she was in danger. Correct?
Yes, sir. It made me sick. I was losing my mind at these times.
Were you having trouble sleeping because of it?
Oh yes. I mean, and then you noticed yesterday, for a lot of the phone calls were happening at midnight, 1 a.m. You know, I wasn't sleeping. That would keep me up, and then it would go quiet for a couple hours, and like 3 or 4 a.m, then Jen would text, "I'm okay." You know, she would send the code 575, "I'm okay." You know, but yeah, I was not sleeping well at all.
So just to show the timeline, you
okay?
Excuse me, with that.
Sorry. That didn't sound very convincing. How you doing, Ms. Simmons? We'll go for about 15 more minutes, okay?
Thank you.
And then we'll take a break. You all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
So just to follow along the timeline, you all reconnect in March of 2020, a few weeks, maybe 3 weeks after you reconnect, you start receiving information through text messages that you believe are Jamie, that abuse is happening to Jennifer, right?
Yes.
And then that goes on for a while until you act like, or not act, but you threaten to go to the police, and Jennifer also introduces Rob. Right?
Yes, sir.
And then when she introduces Rob, you believe it helped, and that you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading at this point with this line of questioning.
Sustained.
So did you believe that Rob being introduced and him getting involved helped the situation and lessened any type of abuse that might have happened to her?
Yes, initially at first. It did, because that's what she, I heard on the phone, and then even in the emails I saw yesterday that even Rob told me. He had talked to Jamie, and initially for that first like 3 or 4 days, it stopped.
when it started happening again,
Yes.
was it Jennifer who told you it started happening again, or was it Rob telling you that it happened again?
No, it was text messages from Jamie.
Jamie.
Yes, you know, again, that basically the pattern of the abuse then was on the weekends. Jeremy would show up about midnight to 1 in the morning on Friday. They would take Jennifer away, him and Jamie. They would leave usually for the weekend and be gone until usually Sunday morning.
Now these weekend trips, if we can call them that,
Yes, sir.
were they a lot of times related to special days, days that meant something to Jamie? Some of them.
When it first started out, you know, just every weekend, the weekends that it got bad were special days. When we saw the emails yesterday about the wedding one, that was, I believe, was their wedding anniversary. So that was a very bad day. That's the one, I believe, where I had emailed out to Rob, where she needed to recover for a week, and at that point, Jennifer even told me on the phone that, Jamie called Rob to cover for work that week, because we're COVID, so they're doing a lot of Zoom stuff. And so Jennifer told me that Jamie actually called Rob and said, hey, Jennifer can't come to work, can you help cover for her this week? She's sick. And that's when, I had wrote that in my email to Rob.
Was there also a birthday of Jamie's that, or am I incorrect in that?
No, yeah, that was another bad day. That I believe that one was in May. Was his birthday? For special days for him. After that, I didn't know any of these dates leading up to it. So it wasn't until after the events happened, then I started to put the pattern together. It was the wedding anniversary was a really bad day. His special wedding, birthday gift was a really bad day. So yes.
You saw that pattern out, but she would mention to you that it was his birthday, or she would mention to you that it was like an anniversary when it happened, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yes.
So Jeremy gets involved, and he's part of this gang, I guess, right?
Yeah.
That you believe that, right? You believe this.
Yes, sir. Because Jennifer was telling me this. From my understanding, what Jennifer told me then too was Jeremy was into this kind of stuff from years ago in Phoenix. He would do this kind of thing, essentially with adults. And, that's why he kind of led, I saw it as Jeremy kind of leading the way through these multiple gang rapes.
Now, a lot of times in emails or text, or especially in emails sometimes, you use the term something was sent to you, or you sent something. Was that always through email, or could you also send things through text and stuff be sent to you through text?
The majority of it was just through text.
Okay.
The majority of the stuff was sending through text messages.
So sometimes in those emails when it says, so-and-so sent me something, it didn't mean that it was necessarily through an email.
No, sir.
Actually, most of the time it was through a text.
Yes, sir.
So this all, we're in March, April, May, and then June. Was the abuse still going on in June from what you knew?
No, it started to die down. It seemed like after Jamie's birthday was a big date. A couple weekends was more of Jeremy, and then it seemed to die off in the middle of the summer time frame. Jeremy wasn't coming around every weekend anymore at the time frame. So it seemed like it was a pause, and it got better. But in those weekends and before there, you saw the emails. Yesterday, that's when Rob was really involved. He was calling Jamie. He had set up where he was going to maybe possibly come down to Dallas to stay for a week and stuff. So, it got better. So I thought it was like maybe finally Jamie got it out of his system.
When did it start up again? If you, it's hard to remember all these days, but How do you remember it starting back up again?
When Jeremy showed back up, I think it was July some time frame. We saw the email yesterday when I was freaking out to Rob. Jeremy's back. So we had those good weeks in there where it was not much, and then I flipped out because Jeremy was back in the picture and started taking it away from the house again.
Would it be August 16th? You're saying it's July. Is it possible it was August 16th?
Yes, sir. I mean, I was going off of training yesterday. I mean, my memory isn't the greatest.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, I'm sorry, my memory isn't the greatest.
It was in the summer.
Yes, sir.
Was this around the time that she went to Las Vegas with Jamie?
I believe Vegas was in September
Okay.
when they went to Vegas.
But so in August, Jeremy came back in the picture, and you believe that there was multis again.
Yes, I mean that I was getting more text messages, from Jamie on Jen's phone. That's when he sent me some more of those emails, and I believe that's when those pics that he sent of actually, all the bruising and marks that he was putting on her.
We'll talk about those pictures a little bit later.
Yes, sir.
Eventually, you came to find out that they were old pictures, right?
Well, not until, what was it, October of 2021?
Yes, but eventually you found out. But at this point, you think they're real.
They are, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, some of the pictures were real, of injuries that she had, correct?
Yes, I mean, I came to find out that they were old automobile accidents that she had years prior. But yeah, those pictures were real. And those were really her in the picture with those bruises, just not, she didn't receive them the way she told me she was receiving them.
Matter of fact, you found out that one of the pictures of the lip cut was a stock photo from Google.
Yes, sir.
I'm the one that had to show you that. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
So in August it starts up again, right? The abuse.
Yes.
And then does it go all the way through September, or does it die down for a little bit?
No, once Jeremy came back into that picture, it stayed pretty constant. He was there. Jeremy was involved until till they took off from Vegas. When they came back from Vegas, it was just Jamie by himself, but he was doing more to her personally. That's when it started to get worse.
And at this time, is this around the time that you weren't able to contact Rob anymore? Or when did that stop happening? Do you recall?
I mean, I don't recall. I mean, I know eventually it's like his email died off. So yes.
As a matter of fact, it was reflected in some of the emails to Jennifer that, hey, I've been trying to get a hold of Rob, and I haven't heard anything back.
Correct.
So September, again, the arc of abuse is starting to go up again.
Yes.
And you're learning that the abuse is starting to happen more often.
Yes.
When, around this time, when did you first hear or find out or were told that Jamie had snapped and that he had cut her hair?
She told me that it had happened. It was after Vegas when they came back. One of his things then too was Jamie would start taking her into the bathroom, pushing her down on her knees and making him perform fellatio on Jamie. He started threatening her with scissors to cut her hair, and eventually he ended up cutting it.
So that concerned you, obviously.
Yes, I mean, even in the emails we did, Jennifer and I, her hair is special to me. I would brush her hair. I learned she taught me how to braid, way back when we were dating. Skills that, I had 5 daughters. It carried on. So when I would braid my daughter's hair, again, too, I would think of Jennifer. But so her hair was kind of important to me. So yeah, him cutting it was hurtful to me.
And did Jennifer know this, that was important to you?
Oh yes, I even in my emails that I sent her, I even describe how I learned how to braid from her, and I braided my daughter's hair. She taught me how to French braid. That's what the girls use for soccer and softball. Not only did I do my girls' hair, but some of their teammates.
So then, does she tell you this or text you this? I can't remember.
About the haircut? Actually, it was over the phone that time, because she broke down. It actually had happened a couple days, and then she finally, when she called me on the phone one day, was, Darren, I got to tell you something. And I was surprised. I was like, well, what happened? He's like, he cut my hair, and she was crying. And I'm like, stop. What do you mean? And then she explained to me what was happening.
And then it escalated past just cutting hair, right?
Yeah, the next big thing then too was then he took her from doing fellatio in the bathroom. They have a swimming pool and a hot tub. He took her to the hot tub and pushed her down under the water and made her perform that way. And at one point, Jennifer told me she woke up with Jamie over him, pushing on her chest, giving him CPR to bring her back.
And this was after Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
In September?
Yes, September leading into October, yes.
And at this point, you can't get a hold of Rob anymore?
No, sir.
When you heard this, why didn't you call the police when that happened?
I had gave her my word months ago. She didn't want Amber. She didn't want to hurt Amber. I kept trying to, email, reach out to Rob, not getting any response. I was lost. It was ramping up. It was, yeah.
So, and also, by her telling you, was she still telling you that she still wouldn't cooperate with the police?
Correct.
And that you would still deny it? Even
Yeah.
though it was getting worse?
Even though it was getting worse.
So, that takes us into, take a break now, Jim?
Sure. Members of the jury, go to the sheriff for any further instructions. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves, and please don't make any all lines for the jury. Sheriff, y'all may be seated. Mr. Sanchez, you may continue your questioning. Sir, you're still under the oath that I gave to you previously.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Darren, I think where we left off, we were at the end of September, heading on to the October 8th and October 9th days that are very important in this case.
Yes, sir.
So, you started receiving text messages and phone calls from Jennifer talking about the cutting of the hair and about him holding her underwater and needing CPR. And so that alerted you or made you think that she was in serious danger more than ever before, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we looked at we see that the call logs show that there was a real spike in phone calls between you and her late September heading up to the October 9th day. Is that true?
Well, yes, sir. I mean, we were talking daily. Like I said, he was starting to abuse her at that point. That's when at night I was getting the text messages from Jamie stating that he was getting ready because their 15-year anniversary of when they met on October 9th was coming up, and he was going to start planning something special for her.
Did he tell you what that special thing was?
That waited until about until like the 1st of October, but he said that he really enjoyed the having her underwater in the hot tub, that he was going to see how many guys she can handle that way. So I was believing that it's going to be back to a gang scenario, and he was going to hold her underwater for multiple guys. And
did Jennifer know this too? Or, I mean, you talked about it with her after he texted you, obviously.
Yes.
Around this time, or soon, or close to October 9th, did Jennifer ask you to kill him?
Yes.
She said. Do you remember when that was?
The exact date?
Yes.
Not the exact date. I would probably have to say October 1st or 2nd. She had talked on the phone. Well, it would have been that weekend. Because he wasn't taking her anywhere on the weekends anymore, but he would go out. Jamie and Amber would go out shopping during the day, and so she was totally by herself. So she would call at that time, and we could talk, freely. And she got to the point where she said that it's enough is enough. I can't do this anymore. She was talking about her having a way to poison him, so she would end it. And
how did you respond to that?
I was shocked again. Brought up that we could go to the police again. Again, she brought up Amber. She didn't want any of that stuff involved. Where if Jamie can just disappear out of the picture, that would solve everything.
And did she relay this to you because she was afraid she might die from this 7-person hot tub incident that he was promising?
Yes, I think she finally got to the point, with me telling her, what the text, I would then, relate to her, on the phone. It's like, yeah, this is what Jamie's been sending me, that, that Friday is something special he's planning on, and she was like, I can't go through another weekend like this.
So with her telling you this and you receiving these text messages from who you thought was Jamie, did you feel she was in danger that day?
Yes, mortal danger.
And so at this point, again, she didn't want to call the police again, even though she was in fear for her life?
In fear for her life, yes. Every time, and this is where she used my honor and my love for my girls, because I would want to protect them as most I can. Jennifer didn't want Amber to know anything about this. She didn't want any of this to come out in a bad way. She just wanted it to stop.
So she wanted you to save her, but she also wanted it in a way where her daughters would know.
Nothing would.
Jamie's family wouldn't know.
Nobody would know. Right. It would just happen.
Is this when you decided to come down to Dallas or Tennessee in order to save her?
I started to mentally prep. I didn't make the exact decision until I left Thursday afternoon. I mean, I didn't leave late. I mean, I was thinking I should have left earlier, but I was waiting up until that point because I was still talking to Jen about we can go a different way, you know? I mean,
did you ever talk about just her leaving, leaving with you?
Yeah, from you know, earlier when it started, you know, I wanted her just to leave, but then again, she brought it up, it's like, well, you know, I can't leave Amber here by herself, and I understood that. I mean, Amber looks exactly like her mom. I talked to them on the phone; they sound exactly alike. So, if Jennifer's out of the picture, if Jamie's in this mental state where he's already snapped, he's doing this to his wife of 15 years, what's he going to do to his stepdaughter? You know, and I couldn't bring both of them to Tennessee. Amber was working at the time. She was heavily involved in a political campaign, running it for one of the representatives in Arizona. So I couldn't just show up.
Let me just slow you down. She was working a campaign in Arizona, but she was doing that remotely from Dallas.
Yes, sir. So big internet stuff. With Zoom, with all the internet stuff that she was doing.
So in your mind, did you feel you were out of time at that point and you had to do something?
Yes.
And so you decided that what was necessary at that
I'm
point.
going to object to leading at this point, Your Honor.
Did you think it was necessary? Yes or no? Did you think it was necessary?
Yes, I did.
To come to Dallas and eliminate the threat that you perceived based on emails, text messages, and phone conversations with Jennifer?
Yes, I did.
And did you believe it was immediately necessary for you to come down?
Yes, the key date was October 9th.
And this was October 8th where you made the decision?
Yes, sir.
And so when you woke up, what day did you start driving to Dallas?
No, that October 8th, that Thursday afternoon, I believe. From the photos of me at the pilot, I think it had me up around 4 p.m. ish on Thursday.
And so even while you're driving down, you still think the danger exists right there, right? And the whole way down.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes, I knew it did.
And so you drove straight. You didn't stop at a hotel. You just stopped to put gas and maybe used the restroom.
No, sir. Yeah, straight through.
So you drive straight all through the night, and what's going through your head the whole way?
Starting to transition back into my military mindset, that I was on a rescue to save Jennifer and Amber from this horrible man, that I needed to be there. You're discussing it driving all the way through it was a big thing. Me being Special Forces, I mean, not to brag, but this is just an everyday mission for us. 24 hours is not overwhelming whatsoever.
Was this a more emotional mission than any other mission you may have had?
The most I've ever had, and it really, on that drive, it started building as I got closer, especially when I hit the Texas state line, passing through Texarkana, getting closer to Dallas. All my emotions with everything started to ramping up.
Yes or no? Was it because you were getting closer to the danger that you've been perceiving this whole time?
Yes.
So you get to Dallas. Now, we've seen evidence that you turned off your phone.
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
Again, we were trying to make it where nobody would find out the truth about anything. You know, where Jamie could be out of the picture. You could have a funeral. Everybody, mourn him for the man he was. Can remember him, who the man he was, not the broken man with COVID and the stresses and everything happened to him. And so, that's why I was trying to protect, keeping everything secret that way.
Were you protecting yourself, or were you protecting Jennifer from trouble?
A little bit of both. I mean, it overlaps. It was keeping us both safe.
So you're driving down, you hit the Texas border, and then, as we saw, you end up not close to where you were supposed to go.
No, sir.
Why is that?
One of my PTSD, TBI triggers is I don't like a lot of people, and I don't like driving. I get lost easy. I can find you anywhere in Iraq. I still get lost in Tennessee driving around. As I was getting close to Dallas, I was just using the regular old map. Dallas has a whole bunch of construction going on the highways. It's at nighttime. It's dark. And I didn't realize how big Dallas was.
Let me ask you this. Cumberland, Furnace, Tennessee is nowhere near as big as Dallas.
No, even Nashville is. Compared. I think Nashville is big. With the lights and stuff like that. I think it's maybe 1/3 the size of Dallas.
So you get to Dallas.
I'm getting to Dallas. Yes.
You get to Dallas, and you end up south of the area where the address in Oak Cliff, right?
Yes, I'm trying to look for the dang Clarendon, I think is the name. That main road that's right there, I believe. I'm not trying to remember. I know it starts with the C. I'm on, I believe that's 135 going south. I'm trying to look for Clarendon. There's a whole bunch of construction. I literally get lost. And I keep going, and then I guess south of Dallas, all of a sudden it seems like the city kind of dies off. It becomes, the lights down, and then that's when I knew. I look around and I'm lost.
So, do you end up pulling over at some point?
I did right then.
Slow you down.
Yes, sir.
I know you want to say it.
Well, I'm sorry. It's again part of.
That's all right. So let's. So you stop yourself and you try to get your bearings.
I pull off to the side of off to the highway. There's a parking area. I pull into. I feel myself getting into my PTSD spiral. All these emotions.
You use that term, PTSD spiral.
Yes, sir.
That's what doctors have told you happens to you when you get high stress and things like that.
Yes,
right?
And
this is something that, it's not like self-diagnosis. This is what doctors have told you.
I went through PTSD programs through the military and through the VA.
All right. Well, let me slow you down. So you pull over.
Yes, sir.
And you try to gather yourself. Is that when you turn on your iPad?
Well, not yet. I'm pulling over. I stop. I feel all these emotions coming on. I knew I'm lost. What am I going to do? She's going to be attacked within hours. I sit there thinking, the only way I'm going to be able to find her place is if I turn on my iPad. It's my Galaxy Samsung actually. Turn on my Google Maps. That's the only way I'm going to be able to get back on there. But I know as soon as I hit that button, I'm leaving a digital trail. all the emotions of everybody that I've lost, starting with my team sergeant's kids, Ethan.
Objection narrative at this point, Your Honor.
Ooh, you can answer the question as it relates to your decision making in the car that night. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Started thinking about Ethan. He was my team sergeant's son who was murdered in Kentucky that we were there with, that we couldn't stop or do anything with. My granddaughter, Skylie. She died when I was in Iraq. She drowned. Thinking about it, I was talking to my daughter Summer about it and saying, Dad, why aren't you here to save Skylie? My best friend, Dawn, committed suicide. I couldn't stop it. I was thinking about these things. Stuff that I couldn't do. I couldn't stop. I had promised myself if I was ever in a position to help somebody that I cared for and loved, I would do it. We have a saying in the military. It's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Meaning, there are sometimes actions we're going to have to take.
Objection narrative, Your Honor.
That objection sustained.
So all these emotions are going through your mind when
Yes.
you're pulled over, and you're reflecting back to this, to the losses you've had even after the losses you've had in Iraq, right?
Yes, on top of all my buddies I work with.
And one of them was your granddaughter who died while you were in Iraq. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And you couldn't be here to save her in any way, if you could have, correct?
No.
And so Ethan was
He's my team sergeant's son. Around the dogs. This was back in 2008, of October 2008.
this was the incident where someone had broken into the house. Is that the one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, someone had broken into their house and burned the house. Right?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
But you were thinking about the loss of your best friend, Ethan, granddaughter. All these emotions are coming over you at that time, and did you feel that you weren't going to lose another person that you loved?
I couldn't. And she asked me, and before I left, one of the last messages, one of the last phone calls, I think that's even on the record that we had that Thursday. I told her she was not going to go through another bad weekend ever again. I promised her. So I knew as soon as I hit that on button, most likely I was going to be caught. But it was, what could I live with? Was I going to go back to Tennessee, not doing anything, and realize that Jennifer is dead because she was drowned or she's in a coma? And what would happen to Amber? So
what did you do next?
I made the decision. I couldn't live with it anymore. Not to fail somebody else that I cared for. So I powered on my tablet.
And then that took you to the address.
Took me right to the address.
Okay. But while you're driving there, you still feel there's an immediate danger that she's going to be hurt, right?
I know it. Starting that, that morning, he had made it clear to me, leading up to this, that October 9th was their day.
So you get there, and then you went to a property that was next door to their house?
Yes, Jennifer had told me that their immediate house right there was abandoned. Nobody was there. Jennifer told me that that was nobody was there.
Did she tell you to stay there?
Yes. So she told me that it would probably be a good place, and that's where you see the video of me walking back there, looking at it.
Now, was it nighttime when you got there?
I believe on that video camera it was like 2 a.m. It was slowish. Yeah, it was totally dark.
Okay. So you get there, you're watching the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you listening also?
Oh yeah, I'm right there. I mean, you saw on that video there was the wall fence right there next to their house. You know, that's where I set up right along that wall. I mean, close to their house as possible.
I know the question might be, well, if you really felt she was in danger, why didn't you just bust into the house?
We get trained like the ATF does. You know, the agents, they do their recon. ATF knew that my daughters were home. They didn't want to do anything to me with them home because, you know, my daughters could be hurt. Amber was home. If I did anything, busting into the house, I could not control the situation. Amber could be hurt. Jennifer could be hurt. You know, they had their dog Maggie that they loved. You know, it was a bad situation. And coming down, there was not going to be any collateral damage. Nobody else was going to get hurt. I was going to do everything to make sure that did not happen.
So, but at this time, do you still think the danger is there?
Oh, I know it is. I mean, like I said, it's key. The key time is October 9th, and the dog walks. And you know, and talking, you know, from the emails from Rob.
Let me hold you back. Yeah. I know you want to keep talking.
No, I'm sorry.
I have
yes.
to ask you a question for it to
understand.
do it the right way. Okay. So, Jennifer had also told you not only that this was that he was going to hurt her in the way that she described to you, but she had also told you in the past that he would also hurt her on walks.
On the walks, yes, sir.
How would he? Do you know wait.
Oh, sorry.
How would he hurt her on walks?
That's when she would get the burns. We got that. You know, I got the email from Rob, and then talking to Jennifer on the phone, she had told me about. He started to, you know, sometimes would abuse her on the walks. And then she told me about the burns. And so then I put the two together.
So you're outside the house, daylight comes, and do you hear the door open?
Yes.
And what do you see?
I hear Jennifer talking. I hear her voice. I think we saw that on the Ring video, and she's coming walking out. I hear him coming, and first into my view as they're crossing the property right on the sidewalk it was Maggie. She's leading the way. Jennifer's holding her leash. Jennifer passes, and then here comes Jamie.
Do you act immediately?
Yes, I do.
Did you act immediately because you felt it was necessary?
I knew it was necessary. I mean, I was.
Believe that you have that? Did you have to act immediately to prevent her from being hurt?
Yes, sir. There was that moment. As soon as Jamie left the house, was the first time I would be able to safely take care of the threat to Jennifer, and so I acted.
And when you acted, what does that mean?
That's when I fired my gun into Jamie.
How many times?
It was I fired a total of 8 shots, I believe, and it seemed like only 7 hit. I missed one. You know, I started out in his chest. I saw, you know, from the autopsy report, you see the one in his upper right chest as he was walking. So then you see from also the autopsy report then, so it's, that gets hit. Jamie starts to rotate to his right. That's what makes him fall. That's why on the autopsy report also you saw the contusions and bruises along his knee, his shin, his right side, because he's falling that way. And
so, did you realize this when you were doing it, or was it only? I mean, you're speaking of these injuries like you knew those were the actual injuries, or is it because you've seen the autopsy now?
Well, no, sir. I mean, when the visualizing there, I saw him. I knew I shot his chest. He started to turn, and then I continued to put in his side. I mean, into his. I was aiming for the center mass, but he was turning.
And when you were doing this, was it your belief though that you were shooting someone who was dangerous?
yes, he was going to. If I didn't act, Jennifer was going to die that day. She was going to be drowned.
And that was your belief at that time, in your mind?
Yes, sir.
Again, based on everything we've heard prior to this.
Everything.
And so you shoot him.
Yes.
And then he falls.
Yes.
And do you approach them?
Yes. So I ended up shooting the 4 times. He falls completely down. Being a medic, treating people on the battlefield, the human body can take a lot of damage and still live. I did not want Jamie to suffer. Even though, in my eyes, he was a monster, I did not want him to suffer. So I approached and I fired the rounds into his head. By training, should have only been 2. It ended up being 3 because at that time, then I was transitioning from taking out Jamie to now I'm going to attack Jennifer to give her plausible deniability to anything, to give her her alibi. And so this is the first time that I've seen Jennifer since, 1993 in person. I'm getting ready to, the person that I love, I had to approach her, knock her down to the ground, and start to duct tape her. And so, right then, so.
That's the first time you touched her since?
93.
And the only time you touched her?
Yes, sir. The only time I touched her, threw her to the ground, and I punched her and slapped her.
Did she know you were going to do that?
No, sir. I didn't tell her anything beforehand, and she was. You hear the screams. They're blood-curdling screams. They were making me sick as I was doing it.
Now, there was some blood on the gun. Do you know how that got there?
Most likely, you saw the puddle, I believe. So I came around from his right and I crossed through it. So I believe it was close that way.
Did you touch Jamie at all? Because how would the gun get on the slide? The blood. I'm sorry. The blood get on the slide. Do you remember?
No.
Now, you've done missions before to save people.
Yes.
You said that you've never been as emotional than
never.
this before.
Never.
So you're touching the woman that you love, that you profess your love for the first time and only time in all this time. What's your brain doing at that point? What are you thinking? Is it racing?
Oh yeah, I'm in shock because she's fighting back at me, and you hear the screams. They're loud on the thing. I was right over her. They were earth-shattering to me. They were making me sick.
Did you take a ring off of her?
I tried to. I tried to take it off. It wasn't coming off. I think I got partially off, and then that's when Mr. Emery, he's starting to walk down there. So I come around, Jamie to the right, so we're back along the fence. So
let me stop you there. Did you know his name before?
No, sir. No, that's from just his testimony.
So you didn't know? You saw him. Had you ever seen him before ever?
No, sir.
So he comes out. He's approaching you.
Right. I see. So as I come around Jamie, I take down Jennifer. I'm facing the street where Mr. Emery's walking towards me this way. So, the blood curdling screams. I'm trying to duct tape her. And then that's, he's starting to approach more, so that's why I decided to leave.
Did you have more bullets at that point?
Yes. So after I did the last shot, the slide kicks back open. It stays in the reverse. By my training, I did have another magazine in my pocket. I should have switched out magazines then and continued on. I didn't. I was not going to hurt. There's going to be no collateral damage whatsoever. If I was gonna be in danger, then I was gonna be in danger. So I just closed my slide release, which closed the gun, and like Mr. Emery said, I kept it to my side. I walked, we made eye contact. He turned to run, and I walked right to my truck.
Now, when you were near your truck or when you were in it, did you see the individual that took the picture of your truck?
I believe, so there was the abandoned house. I think it was the second or third house down. When I looked to my left, I saw people standing in their yard, 2 individuals.
But you didn't threaten them or do anything like that to them?
No, sir. No. I just got in my truck and I drove off, and you saw in the video, I didn't speed off. I wasn't gonna hurt anybody else. I took my time. I was extremely nervous. I knew, if the cops come, it could,
What would have happened if the police would have shown up right there? Were you gonna fight them?
No, sir. I would have turned myself in.
So, you get in your car and you drive back to Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Straight. Did you stop anywhere else?
No, I mean, just for gas and refueling. My first stop was.
How did you feel about the fact that you killed Jennifer's husband?
I felt. I'm not proud to do it. I wasn't like, yay, something great happened. No, I was hurt, but I saved Jennifer and I saved Amber.
Now, the fact that you knew you had saved her and saved Amber, did that give you, solace, or did that help you when you were sitting in jail?
When I was sitting in jail?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one. Now looking back on, that's the one grace that Jennifer gave me. She never told me everything was fake. When I got arrested, that first day in jail was horrible. I let everybody down, and family and everything. I started to, get control of myself, but, I was like, okay, I can do this okay. Because, at the time I was thinking I was the noble soldier that did my job. I did what I was trained to do. I protected people. I kept them from a monster. So that's what I believed.
Now, there came a time, though, where you eventually found out that Jamie, in fact, was not a monster.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I tried to convince you of that when I first met you. Wasn't that true?
Yes.
But eventually, you were presented with evidence that the emails were fake and that you were, in fact, not talking to Jamie, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were presented with evidence that that Rob, you were not talking to Rob. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And also evidence that you were not texting with Jamie also.
Yes.
And that really the only person you were really talking to all this time was Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
How did that make you feel?
I was devastated. I took an innocent life. I took Amber's dad from her. A man who was like me. My 2 oldest daughters are my stepdaughters, but they're my daughters. I would never ever hurt Amber that way. Take her dad from that. That's what gets me, how Jennifer could do that to her daughter. Take her dad away from her.
Now, while you were in jail, Jennifer was still reaching out to you, wasn't she?
Yes. I received a letter shortly after I would talk to everybody.
I know we've shown this letter before, but is this the letter she sent you when you were in jail?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that's Jennifer that's sending you that letter? Do you recognize her writing?
No, I wouldn't say the writing. It looks like it, but I mean, I only got a couple notes once or twice during the summertime she wrote, but I wouldn't know it right offhand. No, the keys for me here on this.
Let me take you through it.
Oh, yes, sir.
She starts off with 575.
Yes, that's.
Again, the code that was used for you to know that it was actually her writings.
Yes, that is our first code that we
Now,
have.
the little angel at the bottom, is that significant?
I call her Angel.
So you received this letter
And-
after you've already found out that she lied to you this whole time and that she duped you.
Yes, sir.
And she's still telling you that she never made any fake email accounts and that she never lied to you.
Yes, sir.
What'd you think about that?
It made me sick. I was devastated. I mean, to think about all the trauma she put me through for months, the anguish that I went through reading all the stuff that was being done to her, her telling me everything. I was just, I couldn't believe it. If I had not seen the evidence in front of me, shown to me by the detectives, of the injury pictures that she used. They showed me the injury pictures from her automobile accidents. They had the reports from the investigators of her auto accidents. They had the
Objection narrative, Your Honor.
You saw the reports, yes or no? Did you see the reports from the investigators of the auto accident with the pictures?
Yes, sir.
Now, evidence, text messages and were deleted in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've already heard evidence that sometime in August, I believe, you were having a storage issue with your phone.
Yes, I was.
Now, and it's in the WhatsApp conversations that have been admitted in the evidence.
Yes, sir.
But you weren't receiving text messages from her around that time, and you didn't know why.
Correct. It seemed like my phone had just locked up.
And even in those conversations, in the WhatsApp conversations, indicate her telling you, like, I've been sending them. I don't know why you weren't getting them.
Right.
Okay.
And
So at that point, you went. Did you go to Verizon, your provider, and have them help you with that storage issue?
Yes, I did. I called, and I think there was an email or something that said, I'm calling Verizon, or maybe it was a text that I had. Yes, I contacted Verizon.
And the jury's seen all that. But
Yes, sir.
we want you to
No,
tell
yes,
us
let them
from
know.
your word, okay? So you take the phone in, and they had to delete messages off your phone to give you more storage.
I didn't take it in. I called them. I called the line, and like I said, that's why for 2 days it took me 2 days to figure it. It took Verizon 2 days to figure it out. That I was trying to keep all the text messages. I wanted proof of everything that was happening, and apparently. I've never texted ever before in my life this much. I mean, they put the numbers up there. It's in the hundreds of thousands of times. Apparently, there is a limit that they have. Like I said, it took Verizon that's why I was on WhatsApp for 2 days. It took them finally to okay, to get your phone working again, you have to delete all that stuff and reset your phone. And so I did.
And then there came another time. Did that happen again, or why did you have to delete messages again?
It was the end of November again because, once I got my phone back up, I started collecting everything again. I was not purposefully deleting messages to hide anything. So it locked up again in November. When it started acting the same way, I knew probably what it was. And so I just did it on my own. I reset it. But that was at the end of November. And then, we have everything in December kept.
And those were the text messages, and then the emails were in your inbox.
Yes, sir. I kept all the emails.
As we've seen, you know, all the emails that were recovered were not from Jennifer, right? They were from her computer.
Oh, everything that's in evidence?
Yes.
No, that's from my computer. It's from my accounts. No.
Had she asked you to wipe your computer?
Yes, she did.
And,
Yeah.
And why didn't you do it?
I wanted to keep everything. She even told me, hey, email everything to Rob. Why I was talking to Rob by email, I didn't know who Rob was. In my training, since we're a small 12 men.
Let me take you back a little bit.
Yes.
So she asked you to delete emails.
Yes.
And then she asked you, she asked you to give them to Rob for safekeeping?
Yes, that's what she told me. She's like,
But you didn't do that.
Well, I sent them to Rob. That shows that I did send them to Rob, but I didn't delete my emails because, like I said, in my training, we always have just what the team knows to have an escape route. So this is really the only time I lied to Jennifer, because she asked me, did you delete all your stuff? I told her yes, knowing that I didn't. Because she was adamant about it, and at first I was like, I mean, we don't need to. We should save all this stuff. And that's when she said, well, just send everything to Rob. He'll keep it. And I said, oh, okay. And I did send them to Rob, but I kept all mine.
You kept a copy for yourself?
I kept them all in there. Even for the first time in my life, I made a folder on Outlook to save everything in. And I put them in there.
And so, but eventually, after October 9th, she asked you to delete text messages also.
Yes, but I didn't. I was keeping it until my phone locked up again.
And that was in November.
End of November, and then again, all the text messages we saw in December. She even asked me again right before we got arrested, like in January, because she was coming in, and that's what she said. She was resetting her phone on the phone calls to me. She said, you should probably erase your stuff. And I've told her, yeah. And I didn't.
And you didn't do it?
No, sir.
And she's the one that directed you to take that T, which stood for Tennessee. People thought it was Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
She's the one that told you to do that.
Yes, sir. And again, like we read in the email, I really didn't want to. It was a sticker that one of my daughters gave me. But again, I don't like to lie. So I finally said, yeah, I did. But I mean, I knew in my mind. I mean, that's the I knew in my mind that I left digital evidence with my pad, and I saw the picture of the truck that they had. I wasn't. I knew law enforcement was good enough where they can track down a registration. And oh my gosh, the only vehicle Darren Lopez owns is a black Nissan truck. So I wasn't too worried about the T sticker wasn't going to make a big difference. But again, to appease her, put herself in mind, and like I said, I don't like lying. I took it off. But again,
Objection narrative.
You can finish that, but I'll go ahead.
but again, she had asked me to clean it real well. I didn't do that. I just took it off, and you saw the residue. You saw the pictures of the residue.
Now the weapon that was recovered, were you trying to hide that?
No, sir.
What did you do with the weapon?
Okay.
Because you saw the pictures, it said they found it under a bunch of
Yeah, well, it was in the
junk
backpack. It was in the backpack that I had used on the mission.
Why didn't you get rid of the weapon?
Because when I came back from there, I started having thoughts about I did not want this weapon, any part of this weapon ever again used bad. My plan was to, in Nashville, usually about twice or three times a year, there's the police have a turn-in for weapons. It's just they offer up.
Objection narrative.
And then what?
You can finish answering the question.
And so my plan was to turn. I was only going to get rid of this weapon if I knew positively that gun was going to be destroyed properly.
You had indicated that you didn't want that gun getting some young kid getting it, or somebody that shouldn't have it, right?
Anything, or even, you know, because even I could have taken it apart and maybe thrown parts away, but I'm a lawful gun owner. I've been in the military. You can scrounge items. I didn't want any part of that weapon ever again used, ever.
No, you had a permit to carry that weapon, right?
Yes, sir. I have a Tennessee gun permit.
Eventually, you know, the I mean, you knew it was a matter of time that you were going to get caught.
Yes.
Eventually, as we've seen that Jennifer made you part of a text thread where Rob was on there and Jeremy was on there.
Yes, sir.
Which seemed kind of odd that now you had their numbers. So what did Jennifer tell you about that?
About
Jeremy and Rob being on those, now you have their numbers.
Right. It was, you know, immediately after, again, we saw the phone records about the day after, a lot of phone calls that we were talking on the phone. Jennifer, right away, one of the first phone calls, you know, after you know, everything happened and I got back, she had told me that, hey, Rob had contacted her and Rob said that he was not going to say anything. Then she told me she got contacted by Jeremy, and Jeremy told her that he would never talk about anything that happened over the summer time frame. And so on the thread, I had no problem with Rob. Talking on the phone with Jennifer, I had a problem with Jeremy. I didn't like the guy. You know, I blamed him for a lot of the abuse. I told her that, but she had said that since this text thread was, you know, like 13 or 14 people long, I think it was all friends and family. Jeremy was one of Jamie's close friends. That if he wasn't on the thread, it would be suspicious. People would ask why was he being left out, and she didn't want to answer any of those questions.
Did she tell you not to call him?
No, she didn't say anything. But I'm never going to talk about. I mean, part of my training is we don't talk about our missions. I was never going to talk. And again, this is where she used my honor against me. She knew that I would never say anything to Rob, and I never did. And even I kept all those messages, I believe, are on my phone. I've chatted with Rob.
Come on. We saw some pictures of credit cards that were sent to you by Jennifer.
Yes.
Did you ever use those?
Yes, a couple times.
What did you buy?
I believe on the credit cards that got put on, the twins, it was their senior year in high school. They're graduating that May coming up. Right before Christmas, we got the notice that we had to buy all their.
So you used that card to buy their graduation?
Yeah, Jennifer told me, because it was going to be like, I think she got them the big package, so I think it was like $300 each. It was like $600.
What else did you buy?
And then I believe I used, we saw all those sex toys. She wanted me to get Christmas presents for her, so I used it to pay for that.
So about $1,000 was put on those cards?
Yes, and then the only time that I used it like for personal stuff out there with the girls was we were Christmas shopping and bought lunch with it at one of the restaurants there at the mall. But yeah, in total probably less than 1,000.
And that television that we saw in the pictures?
Yes.
Was that around Christmas time?
That was a Christmas present.
Okay, who sent that?
Jennifer and Amber. Our families exchanged presents. You know, Jennifer had texted the girls. The girls were all excited. The girls knew what it was. I didn't know anything.
Did you also buy airline tickets?
No, Jennifer bought them for us. My second oldest daughter, Ashley, during this whole time, she was pregnant. She had my second granddaughter was born September, I think 15th was her birthday.
So she bought those tickets. You didn't use the credit cards for those?
No. She did it herself.
One moment. Is Is that everything financially that you received from her
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
that you can recall?
Yes.
And after this, in your mind, were you still on the 5-year plan? Were you still on the 5-year plan with her at this point? Afterwards, in January?
Oh, in January?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
I mean, were you looking to rush in and be with her?
no. And then honestly, when I did it, honestly, even though she asked for it, I honestly thought I was maybe a 50-50 chance. She had never witnessed anything that dramatic happen. I honestly thought that, we might not work out because of that. But I saved her. I can live with that.
Now, there was some talk at some point about a lease that there was a lease to a house or what?
No, I was, like I said, going through the divorce. I was going to have to sell the house. And I was looking for, that's when I got arrested. We had found a rental house to get to. I mean, my credit wasn't that great. And we had talked about how if I had to use her as a reference or maybe even a co-signer on it, that she would be a part of it. But I would still be paying everything.
But she wasn't going to live with you?
No, not right off the bat, no. Not right off the bat, no.
So, in conclusion, sitting here today knowing what you know,
Yes.
you know that Jamie was not a monster like you did.
No.
You hated the fake Jamie.
Yes, I did. We were talking, and they asked me that, and I said, even now it's hard. I haven't been able to process everything. I've been locked up.
But the real Jamie, what do you feel about the fact that you took his life when he wasn't doing any of the things that Jennifer led you to believe?
Jennifer turned me into the monster. I hate it. I destroyed Amber's family. Her dad is dead. Her mom's in prison. There's nothing. She's on her own. I pray for her every day.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
So you're the victim here, Mr. Lopez, is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. I was duped in there, part of it, but I'm not gonna say I'm just the total victim. No, ma'am. That would be disrespectful to Mr. Faith.
May I approach the bench, Your Honor? This man.
Yes, ma'am.
This man, Jamie Faith, is who you killed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
While he was wearing basketball shorts and walking his dog at 7:30 in the morning, this man was a threat to you?
Not to me. He was a threat to Jennifer.
He was a threat to Jennifer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We got a lot of stuff to go through, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You were given a picture of this man when you first reconnected with Jennifer Faith, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that he works at American Airlines.
Yes.
He's a high managerial director, correct?
Yes.
You learned that he likes to game,
Yes.
that he loves the Packers.
Yes.
But this man started gang raping his wife.
Yes.
And you believe that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the fact that he works for American Airlines and is IT for American Airlines. One of the most regulated industries on earth, correct?
I guess so. I'll take your word for it, yes.
But he's going to email you about triple penetration and splitting her like a peach?
Yes.
Does that make sense to you, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, at the time it did because I believed Jennifer.
Okay, but again, did it make sense to you? Did you ask any questions as to why a man who is in IT for American Airlines would email you about gang raping his wife with his buddy Jeremy?
No.
That didn't occur to you?
No.
Okay, because it reads more like a story, don't you think?
No.
And when you were going through all this anguish by Jamie Faith, or I'm sorry, by Jennifer Faith and Jamie Faith's actions to Jennifer Faith, when you were going all this anguish, were you still having that anguish when you and she were swapping erotica stories, talking about nearly the same thing?
No, because at the time it had stopped. That was the time that there was those 6-8 weeks in there when everything had got better.
Okay, so this woman who was just gang raped, it stopped. Rob emailed him and it stopped. So you and she could start swapping your erotica stories. And you felt okay about that?
Yes, because she started it.
She started it.
She sent the first, we saw the sex letters. She sent the first ones.
Okay.
So, it led in there. When we dated back in high school, she had told me she had been abused, that she had lived through abuse already. So.
Okay. So you and she start swapping erotica stories, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're taking BDSM quizzes, correct?
Yes, I'm starting to learn about it.
Okay, and why? Just
because
she was going through it?
No, because she enjoyed it. She introduced me to it. Even on the emails, I said, I never done this before, but she had led me down. I did this for her.
Okay, so let's go back to that. It wasn't a little strange that there's these emails that he's abusing her, doing the things to her that she actually likes?
Yes. No, I asked.
That didn't occur to you?
No, it did. I asked her about that. I said, this is there. And she said no, because she trusted me. That she liked doing this stuff. She trusted me with it. So she wanted to explore it.
Okay. So she didn't want to be gang raped and triple penetrated by her husband, but she did want to be a little daddy's girl to you. True?
I suppose. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And this made sense to you?
Yes, because.
Let's go into what you didn't do.
Okay.
Well, first, let's start with March 18th, one day after reconnecting with her. You tell her you love her and that you're going to build a relationship together. You tell a woman you haven't talked to in 30 years after one day you love her.
Yes.
Okay, because you have been harboring feelings for her for a long time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then all of a sudden these abuse, and you go hard. You want her to come out to Nashville. You want to make passionate love to her all weekend long. And this is within 5 days of reaching out to her, correct?
Yes, I was surprised yesterday how fast it did. If you had asked me, I would probably send the first 2 weeks. It was surprising. But that's when, the text messages she built right away. And then right away she had told me about how her and Jamie were not emotional together. They were not physical together.
Okay. And that doesn't occur to you that that's a little strange?
No, it did. But again, I trusted Jennifer.
Okay.
She's telling me this.
She's telling you that she's with her husband and her have not had sex in 4 years.
Yes.
And then within weeks of meeting you, all of a sudden he's gang raping her with Jeremy.
Yes.
Didn't seem strange to you, Mr.
No,
Lopez.
it did. But at the time, I got into the picture. COVID hit. He's laying off people. I have seen good men break before. That's what I thought had happened. That Jamie snapped with all this pressure. The world changed at that moment.
Yes, I know, Mr. Lopez. We were all there.
Right. So I'm saying is, that's what I thought. He had snapped. I've seen good men snap before. Ones that have been great.
So, well, no. Let's back up a little bit. Because we're talking March, right, when COVID happened.
Yes.
These furloughs that you're talking about probably didn't happen for a while. So yes, COVID was tough. But we're talking weeks into this relationship where you and she are going hard at it. All of a sudden this abuse pops up. And this man who works at American Airlines in IT is emailing you, leaving a digital trail. If anyone should know that, it would be him. But you keep going along with this and believing that he's actually abusing her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you tell no one.
You mean outside of Rob?
Well, outside of you and Jennifer, and then this storyline with Rob, you tell no one, correct?
Correct.
And you've got 3 or 4 buddies that have even here in this courtroom, willing to stand with you. But you don't tell them that you're the love of your life, the woman you kissed at the Eiffel Tower, is getting gang raped. We got to do something. That never occurs to you,
Yes, it does.
but you don't do it.
No, because I did not want I did not want my best friends to see her in that light. She didn't want to be seen in that light.
Okay, maybe it's more true that you didn't want anyone to know this relationship that you and she had while she was married and what was going on in that way. Isn't that more likely to be true, Mr. Lopez?
No, ma'am.
Because there's no reason that you wouldn't tell your best buddies about your relationship with Jennifer Faith.
No, I told them about the relationship. They knew I was dating Jennifer Faith, or, in a relationship with her. I did not tell them about the abuse.
Not once.
Not once.
Never came up to the guys that you spent all those years with.
No, because I was protecting Jennifer. She didn't want
Protecting her from what, Mr. Lopez? From what?
from being looked at bad, from the same way that she didn't want Amber to know. She didn't want anybody to know.
And let's talk about that. Amber, 23 years old, college grad, American University, correct?
Yes.
Okay, she's living in this house with her mom and father, he's now adopted her mother and father,
Yes.
in a house that's just not that large.
Yes.
But yet she never picks up on the fact that her mother is getting kidnapped every weekend by Jeremy and Jamie Faith.
No, it wasn't kidnapped. They would just leave the house.
Okay, but you've also said in some of these texts that she's getting forced into cars. And you've said on direct testimony she's getting forced into cars. Amber Faith never recognized that, even though they're all home during COVID. Didn't seem strange to you, Mr. Lopez.
No, it did. That's why I asked Jennifer again. Jamie and Jennifer, according to Jennifer, they live, their room is downstairs. Amber's room is upstairs. If stuff would happen at 1 a.m, they would go out the front door, and then that's when, they would do the force thing. So they were keeping it from Amber. I mean, it comes down to, I put my faith in Jennifer.
You asked no questions.
Oh.
You did no intel.
I asked Jennifer all these questions.
You did nothing else.
Then I asked Rob. I reached out to Rob.
Let's talk about that. You and Rob Schmidt are going back and forth talking about updates.
Yes.
How is she? Update. I think she's fine now. She just got home from being raped again, but I think she's okay. Hey, can you give me an update on this? Again, doesn't seem strange to you?
In which way, ma'am?
That it's completely absurd, Mr. Lopez, that you and another grown man are bouncing back and forth doing updates on the fact that your girlfriend just got raped. Does that not seem absurd to
You
you?
don't have to object at this point. It's an argumentative question.
Objection's overruled. You can answer it.
No, ma'am. I'm in the midst of this, living through this anguish with her, trusting Jennifer. That's the problem.
Okay. You never pick up a phone and call Jamie.
I never got his number. Jennifer would not give me anybody's numbers. She did not want me to. It took me, a good 2-3 weeks just to get the email to Rob. I asked her phone numbers. She did not give me any phone numbers.
Okay, and she's not the only person that needs to give you that phone number, is she, Mr. Lopez?
What do you mean then?
There are other people. There are other ways you could have found something, but you did nothing, correct?
Correct.
You had email fights with another grown man,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
In all caps, you send absurd emails like, "Get Jen home now."
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Did you think that was going to work, Mr. Lopez?
I was hoping.
Hoping. You thought after, and you're getting texts about how he agrees to do so, but also her hands are tied up, but she can use her phone to text. Do you remember that email?
Yes.
Didn't think it was absurd that her rapist and the other men at the place with her would allow her to have her phone so she can text you? That didn't seem strange to you.
That was part of the punishment. That was what he was forcing her to do. That's what, that was part of the thing. Even in the email, he said he was watching her right there with the phone, making her text me what was happening to her. That was...
Okay, where are these texts?
They got dumped when my phone got locked up.
It's really convenient that these texts that would be helpful have all been knocked out by Verizon. Don't you think?
Man, yeah, looking back on it now, I could have, you should have taken pictures of the damn stuff. In the midst of it, I was caught up and I was not thinking straight with it. And then when my phone locked up, I didn't know that there was a limit on text messages. If you look at my email account, I have 20,000, I think, when they pulled the stuff. I don't erase stuff. I did not know that the phone could lock up. So when I had to call Verizon and they had to talk me through erasing it and resetting my phone, that was the first time I lost everything.
Very convenient, Mr. Lopez. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. That's argumentative. It wasn't even a question.
Continue. All right, and you find, Mr. Lopez, the choking pic and you email it to yourself. Isn't that correct?
No, I was texted that pic.
Okay, where is that text?
That was deleted.
By Verizon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did this happen with Verizon? September, October?
I believe on the thing it said it was August.
In August?
Yes.
Okay. So all these texts got deleted?
Yes.
Jamie sends you a picture of a bruise. Jamie sends you an email and a picture of a bruise on a forearm. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then after that, you tell him that you have evidence of injury.
Yes.
It's a bit disingenuous, don't you think, Mr. Lopez, because he just sent you the photo.
Right. That's what I think I was trying to make the point that, now I have evidence of it. So
Why would you have to point that out to him? This was all a game, Mr. Lopez, wasn't it?
No, ma'am.
It was all a game between you two.
No, ma'am.
All right, so then you have the picture. You tell Jennifer to send you a picture so that you can email Jamie back, and she happens to send you the very same forearm picture, correct?
Yes, now looking at it,
Mm-hmm.
yes. I don't think I paid that close of attention. I was just happy to get a picture from Jennifer because I was asking Jennifer at the time also to send me stuff from her.
Okay, and then you send the picture of the forearm that has already been emailed to you from Jamie back to Jamie.
Yes, I believe so then. Yeah, that's what it is.
And this doesn't read like a game to you?
No.
Okay. During this time, again, you guys are swapping erotica stories.
Not at that time, no.
That came later.
Yes.
You were building the relationship on that.
Yes.
Okay. You talk about using your special forces training a lot with Jennifer, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in what you've talked about before is all of the stuff that you had to go to and learn, correct?
Yes.
In order to do a successful mission, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But none of that was used here.
How so, ma'am?
You asked no questions. You did no intel. In fact, the only intel I think you did do was look into BDSM to get into Jamie's mindset. Would that be correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I reached out to Rob. He was my corroborating. He was my second one. Like I said, I believed Jennifer and everything she was telling me. I reached out to Rob and I got confirmation from Rob. I kept asking for
Confirmation from Rob of what? You were the one telling Rob what was going on.
No, because then Rob would call Jen. And again, then Jen would tell me about the phone calls that said, yes, I just talked to Rob. And so it was matching up with the emails that I was receiving from Rob.
Okay, so this whole time you are talking to Rob or you're talking to Jennifer, but never are the three of you talking together.
not on the same chat, no.
Never. That didn't seem strange to you? Hey, Rob, you know what? We better get on this phone with Jen right now. Maybe you and I could convince her together. Nope, never did that?
No, and again, that's when Jennifer was like, you know, Rob will handle that, you know, and that's when, like I said, we were, 4 weeks into me showing up. I didn't know Jamie or any of them, so I thought it would be better for somebody that he knew to talk to him. That's why I let Rob talk to him. And then I was getting confirmation from Jennifer that, yes, Rob called and talked, and Jamie got mad. And then, you know, it got better for a couple days.
So your explanation is you're just going to let another grown man, even though your girlfriend has told you she's being gang raped, you're going to let some other grown man who lives in North Carolina call him up on the phone and say, bad boy, don't do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You stated on direct at first that you had zero intent to break up her family.
Yes, the initial one, yes, ma'am. That's
Okay,
correct.
but in day one, you're telling her you love her.
Yes, ma'am.
Day 2 and 3, you're planning on her to come out to Nashville and have an affair with you.
Yes, from the evidence, like I said, it happened a lot faster than I recall it, but obviously...
Mr. Lopez, whether it's 2 days or 2 weeks, you did have intent to break up that family, didn't you?
No, honestly, ma'am, no. When I sent the first email, no.
How did you think this was going to play out? I mean, you sent her emails that said, our new road.
Yes, that was...
How did you envision this relationship playing out then?
No, you asked me initially. Initially, no. I did not. That my intent was never to break it up initially. As it progressed rapidly, now looking at the evidence, how fast it did, but, you know, I was receiving that from Jennifer. She was very willing and eager to get into this relationship.
So were you, Mr. Lopez.
Well, yes, I was, but my intent, you asked me about my intent initially. My intent initially was no, and I even stated that in my emails.
Okay, but your intent changed very quickly, and you wanted a relationship with her, as you put in the subject lines of your emails, our lives together. I can't imagine being apart from you. Our road together. You wanted to be with her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this whole, all of these emails and all of these texts and your constant communication is because you want to be with her, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about that too. I mean, your phone calls have been deleted, or some of them, a lot of the texts have been deleted, but you guys were in constant communication. As she told Tina Spring, and you saw that on the screen, that you texted every day, all day, and maybe call a day, correct?
Correct.
And you were in constant communication.
Yes.
So the only time that you weren't in communication, you just assume she's being sexually, horribly assaulted? Because I'm not sure when she would get a chance to get all this stuff done as much as you two communicated.
No, and that's all those texts then too, was Jamie would take her phone and text me what was happening. That's why there's so many of them in there. But no, I would talk to Jennifer beforehand and then after the incident.
What I'm saying, Mr. Lopez, is that you two constantly communicated. Constantly. You would watch TV shows together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go back and forth. I mean, we have thousands upon thousands of texts in here between you and her.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Correct.
So I'm not sure when she would have had time for these weekend trysts with 10 men.
That's what I'm saying, ma'am. They would leave literally at midnight, 1 in the morning on Friday. This would happen over the weekend. She would be gone on Friday and Saturday. And now the texts and stuff in between those was when I thought it was Jamie sending me all this stuff that was happening to Jennifer. Then she would come back Sunday, and then basically Monday through Thursday, I would help try to put her back together.
Okay. And again, where are these texts where Jamie is texting you what these felonious acts that he's doing to his wife?
Ma'am, they got
deleted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
and there's nothing while you are having to listen to her. Mr. Lopez, have you ever even, I mean, the concept of a gang rape is horrible. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, awful. I can't imagine the trauma of someone going through that. Correct? You would Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
I mean, being violated by one man, and then another, and then another, and then another, is unfathomable. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lopez?
I do, and it was.
But you were on the phone with him or her while this is happening to her?
Yes, when it was happening, I wasn't responding. I would just get all the stuff, and I would. Basically, he was giving me a play-by-play of what was happening to Jennifer.
Let's go through it. What do you remember about the play-by-play?
About the play-by-play?
Yeah.
Okay, so on that first weekend, they leave at 1 in the morning or so. Jeremy takes them back to his place that he has set up. He has their 5 men waiting for her. Then he's texting me that they start off where she has to give each man a blowjob. So he's texting me that he's putting his cock in her mouth. It's the next guy. He was like the third guy in there. It's like, oh, it's my turn. I'm next. They go through that. Then after she gets through oral sex with them all, first guy starts back around and then starts back with penetrating sex, having with her. In seeing the emails that I received from James talking about how he would make her hold all the cum so she got through all the guys.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but we're still talking about this one weekend. The play-by-play you got was that your girlfriend, the one that you love and want to bring with you, is being forced to give oral sex to 5 men.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after that, she's being penetrated vaginally, I guess, or anally, or both, by 5 men.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're getting texted this the whole time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but then after those weekends when she would come back, you guys would just go back to watching TV together. I mean, what about friends? Wouldn't you? I mean, this whole summer that she's being physically assaulted, brutally assaulted, at different times, you guys are constantly communicating and you're watching dancing shows. And Chopped.
Yes, ma'am.
You love Chopped and Friends. All of this is going on in the middle of her being treated by masochism.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. Like I said, Friday through Sunday was the tough days. Monday through Thursday, she would be back, and then me spending time with her was helping her cope with everything because she did not want to tell anybody about this.
Okay. And her coping with it was you and she watching Friends and Chopped together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she's sending you gifts and you're sending her gifts, correct?
No, the only gifts I sent her was for Christmas.
Okay. And then, she is sending you gifts though, correct? She sends Justice something?
She sends Justice the Friends CDs because she's big time into Friends.
And on the July 25th, when she's getting assaulted brutally, and she's also keeping up with Facebook for you on your ex-wife, sending you things. After her brutal assaults, she's sending you information on Facebook about your estranged wife, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after the brutal assault in July, so on 7/25, you are emailing to Rob that he has started it again. I guess this is when Jeremy's come back in the picture?
Is that the one that says Jeremy's back?
Yeah, 7/25, you said you emailed Rob, help it started again. Do you recall that?
It sounds, yeah, correct.
Okay. And then she is assaulted.
May I see that email?
Mm-hmm. Okay. May I persevere, Your Honor?
Sure. Tell you what, why don't we take an afternoon break? We've been going for a little while. Members of the jury, it's about 3:25. Why don't you be back in the jury room at 3:42? Thank you all very much. Court's in recess. Sheriff, can only be seated. Ms. Mitchell, you may continue your questioning. Sir, you're still under the oath that I gave to you previously.
Yes, Your Honor.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Lopez, we were talking about the email from July 25th. It's going to go up on the screen. Can you read it?
The abuse started again. Jamie was drinking tonight and pissed off.
Mr. Lopez, I didn't ask you to read it. I said, can you read it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, can you physically read it?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
All
sorry.
right, so this is an email that you sent to Rob because you hadn't been able to get in touch with Jennifer Faith for a few hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you started calling her about 1:30 in the morning, and you called her until about 1:50 in the morning, correct?
That's what the records show.
Okay. And when you can't get a hold of your girlfriend, then you email Rob, correct?
Yes, at times, yes.
And you email him at 1:50 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, what do you think Rob was going to do at 1:50 a.m., Mr. Lopez? Answer his email?
If he had gotten it, possibly.
Okay.
Let me see.
And then what did you expect Rob to do with this email?
Hopefully, give him a call just to shake something out. Man,
Just call him.
that's all he could do from where he was.
Okay, this is the best you can do for your girlfriend who's being continuously raped.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you email him back via email that
Right.
she is okay. She texted you at 5 a.m., right?
Right. This is the one, man. If you put that back, this is when, and even if you put the other one back too, this is now I'm remembering this one now. If you put it back, the original email. Yeah, I started. This is when I freaked out. I couldn't get a hold of Jen. I think the phone calls beforehand were real quick. She wasn't answering. I freaked out. This is me overreacting a little bit. I was wanting Jen know to see. I mean, wanting Rob to know to see if Jen could come back, and that's why the next email is right. She texted me right there. Exactly. That's why I apologize. Sorry to wake you with all this.
Okay, and where was the text from her?
Man, this was in July 25th. The text got erased in August.
Okay. And then that same day after she was mildly assaulted.
Well, no, man, that's
not
why.
that bad.
No, that's why I said I overreacted. Once I finally talked to Jen, she had told me she was fine. So I overreacted right away because I couldn't get a hold of Jen when I usually could.
Right, because you two talked constantly, correct?
Right, and that's why
she didn't pick up
I
over 30 minutes.
Right, I overreacted and I thought it was happening again. That's why I sent that email to Rob. That's why I said I don't know exactly what's happening. That Jamie had mentioned before about going to bed, but when Jennifer contacted me in the morning, that's when I said she's okay. You know.
Okay. So then you resume your stuff where you're going to send her the angel rhinestone choker.
No.
And you go ahead and order the crystal rib glass dildo and the choker and some G-spot dildo vibrator on that same day.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you go ahead and also email her on that same day your Dom Sub Living sample scene, correct?
Correct.
After you had thought for a moment even that she could have been assaulted.
Correct. Like I said, I overreacted because I was used to being able to. They were still in the window when stuff was not happening. Then all of a sudden, I couldn't reach her.
Let's talk about Vegas, Mr. Lopez. Jennifer and James Faith went to Vegas to visit his family in September of 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you along for that entire trip?
Because Jennifer thought something was going to happen. She wanted me to follow her on Google Maps.
And what were you going to do if something were to happen to her? Email Rob?
Email Rob, or if she didn't, I don't know, call the local Vegas PD if she didn't come back. If I had her last known location, but no. Like I said, she wanted me to follow her, and I did.
Just in case Jamie were to assault her with his family in Vegas. Is that right?
That's what she was worried about, and so
That's what she was worried about.
Yes.
More likely, you two just wanted to stay in constant communication. Wouldn't you agree with that?
No, I mean, I would have been in communication anyway. The only thing different was she added me to her Google Maps to let me follow her. That was it.
Okay, but nothing happened in Vegas. They had a lovely trip with his family, didn't they?
Well, I wouldn't call it lovely. He went there because his father just got diagnosed with cancer. But yeah, I mean, they had a fine trip.
They went out to dinner. Jamie got her a cocktail. It was nice, right?
I don't know exactly everything that they did, but
Okay.
I mean, it was fine.
I mean, you were in constant communication with her, Mr. Lopez. You knew when she landed and you knew when she left.
Yeah, she sent me the itinerary. She sent that to me. Like I said, she wanted me to know this information because she was worried, for whatever reason, that something could possibly happen.
Okay. Did she give you any details of what might happen?
No.
No? You never told anyone that it might be some sort of Craigslist rape?
Possibly, because I mean, that's what she started bringing up later on.
When? When did she bring up the fact that he was going to pimp her out on Craigslist?
I believe that started after Vegas. That I found it?
Vegas? Okay.
Possibly.
All right. And did you ever try and see if she was on Craigslist?
No, actually I didn't.
Didn't do any intel on that one.
No.
Just a possibility that it might be out there. Kind of titillating, though, wouldn't you say?
In which way, ma'am?
As a story. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lopez?
It wasn't a story, ma'am.
Okay. So all this is going on, the Vegas trip. When she comes back from the Vegas trip, this is right before the weekend that he is supposedly going to drown her while she's giving him a blowjob. Would that be correct?
I don't know the exact time frame. I know stuff, when they came back from Vegas, stuff started ramping up. So it's in that time frame.
Okay. And by stuff started ramping up, what do you mean by that?
That's when her hair got cut, and yeah, then she was drowned, and then I started receiving the text messages from Jamie saying that, you know, he was going to start planning stuff for October 9th. That was only a couple weeks
He
away.
gave you a specific date of when he was going to assault his wife.
Yes, because it was their anniversary, like he had done before on their wedding anniversary, and on his birthday he was going to make this a special day for her.
And he texts you, which you don't have, that he's going to hot tub drown his wife on their wedding anniversary.
On their anniversary that they met, yes.
Okay. And you do nothing with this little piece of information, this giant piece of information, in the form of a little text.
In what respect, ma'am?
You don't tell anyone. Don't let your buddies know, hey, this is getting serious. You don't do anything.
It was already serious. No, like I said, I put my trust and belief in Jennifer.
Okay. At some point, you and she, again, around this time of September, going into October, at some point you and she are texting back and forth about, and do you recall, exchanging texts with her about a license plate requirement in Texas in September?
A license plate?
About how Texas has front license plates, maybe Tennessee doesn't.
No, I don't.
Texting?
I don't recall it.
About the time that she said that her pool person comes in the morning?
I'm not remembering
Do
offhand.
not
ma'am.
remember that. Or the
No.
plan, then your plan to take the freeways except once through downtown? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
This came from your phone, Mr. Lopez. Do you recognize these text messages?
What number is that?
It is in for record purposes right now, Your Honor.
Miss Paver, what number is it?
The complete conversation is currently in for record purposes. It states Exhibit 220.
Okay.
Is there a date for this?
There are no dates on these.
Okay.
But it is a conversation between you and Jennifer, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it. I don't exactly remember it, but it sounds like, I mean,
You and Jennifer, correct?
yes.
Okay, and you're talking about how Texas has a front license plate requirement?
It seems like, yeah, she's warning me about it.
She's warning you about it.
That's
yeah.
what, yeah.
It sounds like you're talking about when you're taking the highways, you're gonna be taking the highways mostly when you come. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, except for when you go through downtown. Correct?
I believe so. I mean, like I said, I ended up getting lost, so.
Okay, and she tells you about what time her pool person comes and what day?
Correct.
Okay. And when you get back, after you ambush James Faith, killing him by shooting him 7 times on the street, 7:30 in the morning, you hightail it back to Tennessee, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and she start your conversations right back up again. Correct?
Well, talking to each other, yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Making plans, exploring BDSM, all of that's still going on after the murder, correct?
Not until the BDSM, everything didn't pick back up until later, till like late November or into December.
When you
I
said
mean,
the hog tie and the ball gag?
correct.
Okay, providing for a person.
Right. So that was in December. Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like you're making it sound like it was immediate. No. I mean, yes, we were talking to each other because she was going through the funeral and everything.
And right after the murder, she does a group text and includes Rob and Jeremy on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you.
Yes.
And that was okay with you?
No, like I stated, she told me that Rob had called. I mean, I knew Rob was going to be fine. I had a problem with Jeremy, but she had told me that Jeremy contacted her too and said he wasn't going to say anything about what happened during the summertime frame.
Yeah, that's pretty convenient for a guy to say, I'm not gonna say anything about raping you. I'm not gonna say anything about ravaging you. That works out real well for Jeremy, wouldn't you agree?
Relevant what another guy would say.
Did you clarify the question? Maybe I misunderstood. The objection sustained.
I said it's pretty convenient that Jeremy would say, I won't say anything about what happened in the summer, since he's the guy that has been raping her.
Objection's over. You can answer the question.
It's very convenient, wouldn't you say?
But yes,
And that
but
works out well for Jeremy.
it does, and that's why I didn't want him on the stuff. That's when Jennifer told me that him being off that whole list, everybody would expect him to be on it. So it would bring attention to her to why he wasn't on it.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lopez. You and she continued conversations all the way up until your arrest,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And you continued your relationship all the way up until your arrest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you wanted to be with Jennifer Faith.
Yes.
That was the whole goal. From day one, from March 17th until the day of your arrest, it was you and Jennifer Faith in this together, correct?
No. I would not say from day one. Like I said, you saw the emails on day one. It ramped up right away. But no, my intention was, never to, intention, yes, was to be with her. For her intention for her husband to be dead, no.
Okay, so she doesn't want you to call the police, but she wants you to kill her husband.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Very good. Members of the jury, there's a matter I need to take up outside your presence. Please go with the bailiff and wait further instructions. All rise for the jurors. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Mr. Lopez. Point next witness, please.
I think, Judge, while we're on the record, and I would like to make a motion to re-urge the introduction of Jennifer Faith's factual resume at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
The entirety of the state's cross-examination of Darren Lopez was to plant in the mind of the jury that this was some elaborate fake story. When we have a judicial confession filed in federal court for the sentencing of Jennifer Faith, where she admits to that federal court to accept the life sentence that she took, that she created those emails with the intent and purpose of deluding Darren Lopez. The state has left a improper perception in the mind of the jury that can only be clarified by providing the accurate information of what actually happened, and excluding that evidence from them leaves an improper notion in the jury and would violate Mr. Lopez's due process rights at this time and his rights to a fair trial.
Any reply?
Your Honor, it's still hearsay. It's still irrelevant to this murder. And as far as the direct examination, we were responding with our cross-examination. The direct examination, he went down.
Right,
I can still have. It is, our argument is it's still hearsay, and it is not relevant. That was her sentencing.
No, I don't think it's not relevant. I think it's very relevant, but I also don't believe it's in an admissible format. You can call her, but that document is not an admissible document. There may be another way for you all to go about doing that.
Judge,
I don't believe that that's an admissible document in an admissible form.
Specifically, what is the court's ruling on the inadmissibility? It is a self-authenticating document under 902, and additionally is not hearsay as a court record, and additionally is a public record, and therefore goes by the hearsay objections under 803. Additionally, we would ask the court to take judicial notice of the prior filings in the federal court.
Mm-hmm. All those objections were ruled. She can be a witness. All you got to do is call her.
Judge, for the record, Ms. Faith still would be facing jeopardy at this point to testifying in open court at any time.
Maybe, but she hasn't been here. She's not here to establish that one way or the other. She may want to testify. We haven't established that. Nobody's called her. She has personal knowledge of all of these things. What she said in federal court is not in an admissible format, so the objections are sustained.
The defense calls Dr. Fabian.
Okay, very good. Sheriff, call the jury.
All rise.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. You all may be seated. And sir, if you could please, before you have a seat, could you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
Please have a seat. Be responding to questions first from Mr. Duke. Sure. And then Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fabian.
Good afternoon.
Could you go ahead and state your name and spell it for the court, please?
Sure. John, J-O-H-N, Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Fabian, F-A-B-I-A-N.
And Dr. Fabian, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic psychologist and a neuropsychologist.
As you practice as a psychologist, but more specifically as a clinical and forensic psychologist and a clinical and forensic neuropsychologist. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So psychology is just really simply the study of human behavior. And in clinical psychology, we're trained to assess and diagnose, treat psychiatric conditions. And we do conduct psychological testing. And as a neuropsychologist, in forensic psychology, we apply clinical psychology to the law. So we are asked by lawyers, judges, courts to, address a particular legal issue. And that could be in criminal, civil, or domestic family law. And then I practice as a neuropsychologist as well.
And I think you were starting to get into that. Could you tell the jury what the difference between psychology and neuropsychology?
Sure. So in psychology, we assess mental illness, typically, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, anxiety, depression, psychiatric conditions. With neuropsychology, we look more at brain behavior relationships and basically how the brain works, how it functions, and then we'll carry that over into the cognitive effects of mental illness or look at neurological disorders such as epilepsy, stroke, seizure, dementia, traumatic brain injury.
Are you board certified in any specialty areas in psychology?
Yes, I'm board certified in forensic psychology and clinical psychology.
Do you know what percentage of psychologists are board certified?
It's like, I think less than 1%, I think, or 1 or 2%.
What do you have to do to become board certified?
Suffer. We have to really go through a lot of training, present different videos and reports of folks that you've evaluated, send those to board certified professionals, meet for just a lot of grilling, so to speak, by other boarded members about your cases, about the diagnostic issues, and then ethical issues within the field. So forensic psychology focuses more on the law and the interaction between the law and psychology. So similar types of grilling and testing, both written and oral exams.
Now, I'm assuming before you can be board certified, you need some education before you can even sit for that type of exam. Is that right?
That is correct.
Could you summarize your education, your academic education?
Sure. So briefly, I have a bachelor's degree in political science, psychology. I'm originally from Ohio, University of Cincinnati. I have a master's degree in general psychology from the same institution. I have a master's in clinical psychology and a doctorate in clinical psychology with a focus in forensic psychology from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology. Have a Juris Doctorate law degree from Cleveland Marshall College of Law, and I had specialized training in forensic psychiatry in the law through Case Western Reserve University. And then I have a postdoctorate clinical neuropsychological fellowship and training from the University of New Mexico School of Medicine and the Albuquerque VA, where I worked in their polytrauma unit there.
Can I interrupt you for just a minute? The matter we were just discussing, do you have that exhibit?
It is for record purposes with the court, Judge.
Could you
Yes, Judge. If I may.
Go ahead. I apologize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
I apologize. You may proceed.
Doctor, how many years of school are we talking about here?
A few.
A lot of student loans.
Yeah. I went to law school at night. I was a court psychologist, but
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. What is your training and works experience as a clinical and forensic psychologist?
Sure. So during graduate school, I spent a year really learning what mental illness is, and I did that with inmates at Cook County Jail, and there's about 11,000 inmates there. And I worked on the mental health unit with 1,000, and I just chose what types of disorders and what offenses I wanted to really learn. And then I did a psychiatric therapy, counseling, and assessment practicum at the Federal Bureau of Prisons in Chicago. And then I moved to Ohio, and that was really where the rubber meets the road. You know how to assess someone, you know what mental illness is, but then how do you apply that to legal questions? And that was more the forensic issue. So in that state, there's about a dozen court psychiatric clinics. I was the intern resident at the Medical College of Ohio, where we had a court diagnostic and treatment center. So there I conducted pre-trial, pre-sentence evaluations with defendants there. I also ran some therapy groups, primarily with sex offenders. And then after that, I was licensed in Ohio, and I was a court psychologist there for a number of years, and I worked at 4 of those facilities. One I was a director of, that was an adult facility, and then I worked at 2 other adult court psychiatric clinics, and then a juvenile one, where juveniles were assessed there. I eventually moved to Minnesota, and I worked in their maximum security state forensic hospital, and that was for the whole state rather than regional or city, county facilities. I did the same types of evaluations, and they would be competency or fitness to stand trial, not guilty by reason of insanity or mental illness, mental state at the time of the offense evaluations, also mitigating circumstances, or informing the judge or the lawyers psychological factors in the crime. Are they amenable to treatment? What kind of treatment do they need? Probation, do they need supervision? And risk assessments, are they likely to commit future offenses? How do we manage this offender in the community? And then I moved to Texas, and I live in Austin, and there I do mostly court-appointed pre-trial, pre-sentence type evaluations that I explained. And along that road, I did have to do more training to become a neuropsychologist.
Let's make that shift, because again, the forensic psychology is applying mental health to the law. Can you explain your training as a clinical neuropsychologist?
Sure. So you can't just buy like a memory test and then say, hey, I'm a psychologist, now I'm a neuropsychologist. You have to learn the disorders, the pathology. And so I started off inner city in a high-risk urban facility working with youth. So the children had a lot of CPS involvement, a lot of PTSD, a lot of complex trauma in the home. They also had neurodevelopmental disorders such as ADHD, intellectual disability, autism, learning disabilities. And then I was also working at a facility called Neuroscience, Neurology and Neuroscience Associates, working with adults, having only to do with clinical work, not legal or forensic work. And that was really learning, epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, just different neurological disorders. And that led me to go to the University of New Mexico, where I was at their clinical neuropsychological facility, and the Albuquerque VA. So again, it was more clinical. It was not legal or forensic. And I was just working a lot with people that often had both neurological and psychiatric conditions.
Are you fellowship trained as a clinical neuropsychologist?
Yes, I am. Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the jury what is fellowship trained mean?
It just means after you have your doctorate, you go and re-specialize in another area. So I knew I was experienced in clinical psychology and forensic psychology, but these cases, a lot of them are complex, where there are neurological conditions, and I needed that training in order to be able to do more of a holistic evaluation.
Some of that fellowship training was at the VA Polytrauma Center, is that right?
That is correct.
And what is the VA Polytrauma Center?
Well, poly means more than one. So, that is a specialized unit where we would evaluate, veterans that had typically, post-traumatic stress disorder, emotional, psychological trauma, traumatic brain injury, or physical, disorders, conditions, where they may have lost a limb or they have chronic pain. So they may have a combination of those types of trauma.
Have you had any academic appointments?
I have. So back in the day when I was in Ohio, I taught psychology of violence and forensic psychology in the law at Cleveland State University. I taught intellectual assessment at Case Western Reserve, their Department of Psychology. And then now I do training, University of Texas, Houston, the McGovern Medical School, their Department of Forensic Psychiatry. And then Walter Reed, I assist in their Forensic Psychiatry and Psychology Fellowship Program, where I'll do meetings, and we usually do case presentations to the fellows there.
Can you remind the jury what Walter Reed is?
Yeah, it's a medical facility in the Washington, D.C. area, in the Maryland area.
And where or who is primarily treated at the Walter Reed?
No, veterans. Yeah.
So you've had some extensive experience working with veterans, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you been published in peer review articles as well as bar review articles in journals?
Yes, I typically will just kind of write in areas that I practice, and they focus on forensic neuroscience, assessment, and with violence, sexual violence.
Now, you noted you have a law degree, but
I do.
You do not practice law, is that correct?
No, I don't. I don't practice law. I've published quite a few, law review articles for law schools that have publications.
Why was it important for you to get a law degree?
I knew I wanted to work within a court setting, and I thought it would be good to have that experience. And it really was because I was able to join my training with a forensic psychiatry and law program at the Case Western Reserve University Law School. And then we had post-traumatic stress disorder and litigation classes. So I was able to tailor make just some of the classes and curriculum as I wanted based on my career.
And so that law school degree that you were seeking, was that specializing in psychiatry while you were going through it?
Yes, it was. We would meet weekly to go over basically what we call landmark cases in psychology, psychiatry, and the law. Primarily U.S. Supreme Court cases that touch on these issues.
As you told us, you work now primarily as a forensic psychologist, and that primarily consists of examining individuals who are involved in the legal system, is that right?
Yes, most of it is criminal. I do some civil cases, personal injury cases, and domestic, a lot of parental fitness evaluations.
Approximately how many individuals have you examined in your career as a court psychologist, court-appointed psychologist, or an expert witness for the courts?
I'd say 5,500 cases, around that amount.
What have most of those evaluations been for?
They've been for criminal cases, again, pre-trial cases where courts or lawyers will want an evaluation as to, is my client mentally fit, competent to stand trial? What was their mental state at the time of the offense like? Or what are mitigating circumstances that can be considered for plea bargain, like working out the case between the sides, or even testifying at sentencing if a defendant is found guilty in front of a jury or judge, whoever sentences the person.
And let me clarify, so out of those 5,500 evaluations, are those mostly done for the court, the state, or the defense?
The court.
So this is the court that's appointing you and asking for these evaluations?
Yes.
Are you in fact, you're a court psychologist and neuropsychologist. Are you a psychologist or neuropsychologist for any courts in Texas currently?
Yes, so I'm with several other people. We do all the evaluations in Travis County, Austin, and then Bell County, Comel, Hayes, New Braunfels, San Marcos areas. So most of what I do is basically really between San Antonio, Austin, Houston, and then through Waco and here. But that triangle would probably be most of and everywhere in between.
Have you been recognized as an expert in prior legal proceedings?
Yes.
How many times would you say you have testified in court before?
I'd say about over 550 times.
What kind of evaluations have you been testifying for?
Same types of cases, competency to stand trial, competency to be executed, intellectual disability and death penalty cases, juvenile transfer. Should a juvenile stay be retained, kept in the juvenile system, or should they be tried as an adult? Sex offender, risk assessments. Those are competency. Yesterday was competency, or the day before, competency to waive Miranda rights. So the evaluation at the time of the confession of a defendant.
And so you've examined defendants on behalf of the court, appointed by them?
Yes.
And on behalf of the state, requested by them?
Yes.
And then also on behalf of the defense, when requested by them?
That is correct.
Dr. Fabian, are you Darren Lopez's advocate?
No, I'm not.
who is his advocate.
I'm looking at him, you.
So as you're doing these evaluations, are you doing them trying to get to a result?
No, not at all. I will get called or retained to, conduct an evaluation. And you had concerns about your client and wanted more information and assessment. But I don't want to confirm, just go right off the bat, oh, he is this or he is that. Not at all. I have to, work the case. And, if I can't agree with what an attorney is requesting, then I simply tell them that. I've told you that.
So you're going to give the results to the attorney, and then it's the attorney's choice whether they're going to call you as a witness or not.
Typically when I'm retained, by the defense, yes, or the state.
So there's times that you will give either the defense or the state your conclusions, and they may not be what they're looking for.
All the time.
I mean, what would happen to your professional reputation if you were just tailoring your evaluations at this point?
I wouldn't be passionate about what I do. I'd be a bobblehead and, just tell you whatever you want to hear, and I wouldn't do what I do. There are experts that do that, and I don't know, somehow it doesn't always catch up, but I have to kind of call it as I see it and be fair about it. And if I'm on the witness stand, I'm not going to shuck and jive with you guys making big decisions. And, I'll let both attorneys have cracks at me. And my goal, my objective is to give you the information about this defendant that you may not already have.
How did you get involved in this case?
Well, you contacted me. You and Mr. Sanchez had contacted me, told me a bit about your client.
And once we contacted you, you needed some basic information on the case.
That is correct.
What was the preliminary information that you received on this case?
Sure. So basically, discovery, we call that, evidence. And I been here today and yesterday, and I know you're aware of quite a bit of that data, that information. Also, the Department of Defense records, we had medical psychiatric records for Darren Lopez. I talked to 3 of his comrades in Special Forces, Green Berets, and I talked to his daughter. And so basically that covered much of what I had reviewed, plus my interviews and testing of Darren Lopez.
Let's go back over that. So you, not only you were given the discovery before trial started and you reviewed all of that?
Yes, I'm going to miss some emails here and some Facebook data, but I tried to review what you gave me.
And then you personally went and interviewed Darren Lopez, is that right?
Yes.
How many times did you interview Darren Lopez?
So I evaluated him on May 3rd and May 4th of 2023.
You say you evaluated. What did those evaluations entail?
Sure. So basically, they entail just interviewing, and they entail psychological testing and neuropsychological testing and assessment.
About how many hours did you spend with Darren Lopez?
I would say I would, over the 2 days, no more than 12, but it was, I'd say at least 10.
And during that time, you're both interviewing him. What are you looking for in your interviews with somebody that you're evaluating?
Well, I want to get to know the person, their background history. I want to know really their thoughts about the case. And I say that more to last, and because we build up to that. So we learn about their background history and really how they function. That's really what I'm after. That's what psychology is, human behavior. How do you function? What are your symptoms, if you have any? And then neuropsychologically, how does your brain work? How does it function cognitively? And I do go in there knowing that he's been at the Department of Defense. He has been poked and prodded by a number of mental health experts that work for the defense, and there's different diagnoses, psychiatric treatments, symptoms that are documented. Now, that doesn't mean I have to always agree with that, and that could be years ago. But I want to, certainly it's important for me to see that and to go over those records with the person I'm evaluating and then do my own assessment.
And Doctor, you reviewed all of the records that we were able to obtain from the Department of Defense and Department of Veterans Affairs that Darren Lopez had, is that correct?
Yes, most of it was the Department of Defense that we had, yeah.
And do you remember offhand about, how many pages of records are we talking about?
They're not memorized, but I know they're 912 pages.
Which number were we on? Dr. Fabian, these military or the medical records that we reviewed are in an electronic format, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we didn't kill 17 trees trying to print them all off, we reviewed them on our computers.
Correct.
And the military record, the medical records that you reviewed, are they important to your conclusions on Darren Lopez's case and his current status?
Yeah, so the medical mental health records are typically always important.
I would like to offer Defense 7 the military records reviewed by Dr. Fabian for Darren Lopez.
State has no objection for record purposes.
I'm sorry.
We'll admit them for record purposes.
Can I ask a question?
Go
We
ahead.
should be on 12.
My apologies for the forward number.
What's the, whenever you get it squared away with court reporter, what's the number?
It will be 12, Judge.
And you have no objections to 12 for record purposes? All right. It's admitted for record purposes only.
Doctor, from the review of Darren Lopez's medical records, can you summarize for the jury some of the things that those records disclosed to you?
Sure. So the primary bullet points here would be that he did have psychiatric diagnoses. So they were post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, from military combat trauma. There was evidence of major depressive disorder. There's evidence of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, predominantly the inattentive type. There was evidence of traumatic brain injury, and there was evidence of psychiatric medication management and treatment. He was typically treated with prazosin, which is a medication that helps with nightmares and sleep, often given with those who have PTSD. Zoloft, antidepressant medication, Adderall, psychostimulant for ADHD, and gabapentin, which is treatment for mood and even pain. Those are some of the medications he was on. And then there were neuropsychological test results and psychological test results. Those included essentially below average performance in the neuropsychological tests. And that's, again, assessing cognitive functioning, attention, memory, word list information, stored information. We want to give them new information. And 30 minutes later, what was that story? Okay, problem solving, attention, and that's where he had some below average performance within attention and memory. And then I believe several months later, after more treatment, therapy, counseling, and psychiatric medication management, as what we call neurofeedback, he actually bounced back into kind of the average range. So, and I can expand upon that if you wish.
Doc, I want to get into that just a little bit. Is that so? As you're reviewing these records, this is over a timeline that Darren is seeing these doctors, and these are doctors out in Tennessee after he has been discharged from the military.
I want to say Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
Okay.
And it's called the TBI Psychology Clinic on base.
Okay. Okay, and what does TBI stand for?
Traumatic brain injury.
And why would Mr. Lopez be going to that facility?
Well, I believe he may have done his basic there, but he was stationed out of there, and when he would return home during tours, that was one base he would go to, basically a home base. And they had medical staff, psychiatry, psychology, neuropsychology on the bigger bases like Fort Campbell. So I know he had reported complaints of headaches, and you get a lot of assessments by different medical professionals on the base. They handle all the medical care. So I know that he had reported evidence of headaches, dizziness, vertigo, problems with memory, attention. And so he's going to be evaluated by mental health professionals and then basically neuropsychologists. So they have a particular clinic there, and that's where he was evaluated for both.
And we'll get back to that in just a second. Specifically, he was at the TBI clinic. The jury has purposely heard that there was at least one specific traumatic incident that would lead us to believe that Mr. Lopez would have TBI. And what was that specific incident?
That was an incident, the dump truck incident, where there was a blast exposure. So typically from an explosion and or IED, improvised explosive device. That was an explosion, and based on chemical explosion in the dump trucks. And there was 2 blasts, and so a blast wave can really affect the person, jolt them. They can fly in the air, and it can be a blow to the head, where the person will experience a concussion. And there are some basic mechanical, your brain will shift and go back and forwards briefly during a concussion. But he had a concussion. He had 2 of them, if not 3, in the war due to those types of explosions or blasts.
And you've kind of summarized for the jury what TBI is. What are some of the long-term effects of traumatic brain injury that we have started learning about?
So when someone has a concussion, and a concussion we hear all the time is going to be a mild TBI, mild traumatic brain injury. And basically we can have post-concussion syndrome, and that's following the TBI. That can lead to personality changes, cognitive changes, problems, decision-making, processing. It can be related to emotional, behavioral difficulties. Now, those typically will be more profound within the first several months of a concussion, and they improve over time. Now, in this case, there was further attentional and memory issues that he had, but with therapy, they did improve. There was a neuropsychologist, Dr. Zora, who had done neurofeedback and more neurorehabilitative therapy.
And Doctor, maybe I should step back here
Sure.
to where you initially got involved in the case. When you start into a case like this, you are usually asked to come in to look at specific things and answer specific questions. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this case, what were the things that we asked you to look at?
Well, when there's an individual that has a documented history of PTSD and TBI, when we first talked, you had reviewed the records and you said, we need an assessment here. And, that's more looking at clinical diagnoses, functioning, but then the legal questions, which we call the forensic questions, are going to be related to, what was his mental state at the time of this offense, for example.
And so as you're reviewing these records, you are looking back for that previous baseline testing to see how Darren was doing.
That is correct.
And then you performed supplemental testing to then look at that across time. Is that right?
Right, and the across time was really 11 years because he had most of his assessment in 2012, right before he was granted disability.
Darren Lopez was discharged medically from the Army, is that right?
2013, I believe.
And what was the reason that he was medically discharged?
It was post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD.
So we have documented traumatic brain injury, but the primary assessment was post-traumatic stress disorder.
And I would agree with that. So the neuropsychologist reasoned that the PTSD was the condition that was causing the neurocognitive effects. And when I say neurocognitive, it's more of, hey, how's your brain function? And okay, the attention and memory, we now in our field have, we look at PTSD not only as nightmares, flashbacks, the clinical side, but also the brain side. So it's cognitive functioning. We usually see deficits with attention and memory. And they threw ADHD in there to make it more complicated. But in my opinion, it was clearly the PTSD was more of the problem emotionally and cognitively, more so than the TBI.
Let's go ahead and shift and talk to the jury for a little bit about PTSD. What does PTSD stand for?
Sure. So post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay. And so, I think there's a kind of Hollywood conception of what PTSD is, with immediate flashbacks and kind of either losing it completely or cowering in a corner from a specific event. Is that right?
Yeah, I've seen a movie like that.
We have our class back in the 80s. Rambo was PTSD.
Remember it well.
And can you explain? There are cases of PTSD where you have. Tell the jury what's a dissociative state.
So with PTSD, you have to have a foundation of trauma. Something bad's got to happen to you or to someone you know. You can witness it. You can experience it now. You can even learn about it. Okay. So, and then we have a number of psychological symptoms, and really they can affect you emotionally, cognitively, behaviorally, interpersonally. And so, but you want to go to dissociation.
So, can you tell the jury, what is that, Hollywood version of a dissociative event?
And that's really where you can have derealization, meaning you're just kind of spaced where you're out of touch where you are and what you're doing. You're like in a movie. Depersonalization is another part of dissociation. That's where you can't even know who you are, right? So it's personal. You're de of yourself. So you're just like kind of not in the moment. We can have that with flashbacks where something can pop in your head, a trigger, and then you can go right back into that world, whatever the traumatic event typically was. Now in Rambo, that was quite a while. He was in a dissociative episode for days, which we typically don't see.
And so under that, you have to have that traumatic event that kind of pegs on the brain at that point. And then something that triggers, that throws you back to that. Is that right?
Yes, typically. So you're going to have more severe PTSD often if you have more traumatic events. And the more severe they are, more intense they are. And I want to focus, I want to really emphasize the jury, we're all different. So we don't only respond to the same trauma or different traumas the same or differently. Everyone is just so variable with this. And a lot of it has to do with resilience. It has a lot to do with resilience. And everyone, again, is different. So when you have a traumatic event, and if I may, then you have, for PTSD, different symptoms. So you can have what we call intrusive domain, and that means nightmares, flashbacks, memories, and they could be based on triggers. We've seen, born on the 4th of July, or you're at July 4th and you're a Marine. That can trigger the noises, okay? So we have intrusive symptoms. And we don't have to have all of them. We can just have one of those three: memories, flashbacks, nightmares. Then you have what we look at as being a negative emotional impact. So when you think of these events, you get upset. You get typically sad, angry. We often have avoidance. That's a third domain. Basically, who wants to really deal with this baggage, right? We'd rather not think about it. And so we often avoid our trauma-based emotions, feelings, thoughts. And we may avoid people, places, situations, events that remind us of those traumatic events. And then we have evidence of changes in cognitions, how we perceive ourselves in the world. And they're usually negative. They're usually about distrust. I can't trust, I'm blaming myself, blaming the person, the perpetrator that abused me. I'm blaming, you're basically looking at the world differently. And often it's a dangerous look at the world. You don't trust anyone. And then we have negative emotions. And those are basically fear, horror, anger, guilt, shame. And then a key component is the hyperarousal domain. And that means startle response, where you're on eggshells, you're hypervigilant, you sit in the back of the bar because you need to scan your environment, okay? So that hyperarousal leads to irritability, it leads to aggression, and those symptoms those words, irritability and aggression, are part of the diagnosis of the new PTSD, based on the research the American Psychiatric Association did with veterans. So irritability, problems with sleep, problems with attention, and it's difficult to turn your brain off, your body off, okay? So it's just you're often on eggshells, you're just often on edge.
And that's a good point for the jury to understand, is because we have this, acute dissociative state, but what we've learned more, what is PTSD doing to people long term with just the change of who they are on a daily basis?
And then a lot of depends on how resilient the person is. So it can change the structure and function of how your brain works in particular areas that often are based in emotion, kind of the emotional core of your brain. It can change that, and we've seen that in veteran studies.
One of the things that you already stated was that the severity of PTSD goes kind of hand in hand with the level of trauma that people have experienced.
Correct.
You reviewed Darren's records, as well as interviewed him, as well as spoke to the people that served with him, as well as his family, looking for what?
Well, I want to know how he functioned back in the day, talked to his Green Beret buddies, and what was he like? How did he change? What was he like in the field, in the bush? How has your relationships evolved over time? What about post-deployment? And then, with his stepdaughter, how was he functioning when he came back in between tours, leading up to the offense? Trying to get some other collateral, information.
Were you looking for traumatic events that Darren Lopez experienced to be able to assess his PTSD?
Well, and I knew, we have the hundreds of pages of records outlining that he has disability from, the government, where he's completely disabled based on PTSD. And I want to mention the disability means, like any diagnosis we have, depression, bipolar disorder, really for there to be a diagnosis, it has to really impair person's occupational social functioning, cause them distress. It needs to disable them a bit. And now we have a stamp here that from the government saying he is disabled from that PTSD condition. And when we have that, we know that he's deteriorated.
And let's sidestep just for a minute, Doctor, because I think it's important for the jury. In the assessments that you did, disability can be granted at times to people that maybe aren't really disabled, right?
That's a can of worms, but yes.
Okay. You were probably involved in processes where you were looking at somebody saying, we're not going to push this through, and it happened anyway. Is that right?
Yes, or I've seen folks that are veterans exaggerate their complaints for continued benefits.
In all of your evaluations, not just for benefits, but also to avoid criminal responsibility, people will start making claims of mental illness, including PTSD. Is that right?
Oh yeah, we do that, and we call that malingering, or feigning, exaggerating some type of disorder, condition, for some benefit that they may receive if they're found to have that disorder.
And you have tests that actually look into malingering, is that right?
I do.
And did you perform any of these tests with Darren Lopez?
I did.
And what were your findings from that?
He was not exaggerating, malingering psychiatric disorders or cognitive deficits or impairments. And he had not done that in the DoD, Department of Defense, TBI clinic either.
In your assessment, I mean, is that 100% disability that was granted from the DoD, was that appropriate for Darren Lopez?
I don't do those, but yes, I mean, the PTSD he does have is quite profound, and that has been documented in the VA record, or sorry, the DoD and the VA records.
Let's go back over to the stressors that you investigated. Military service in and of itself, even without combat deployment, can be a stressor. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there can be a lot of traumatic events, during basic training, AIT training, especially special forces training. Just, you have to be in Afghanistan. It could be traumatic events. I mean, people die in training.
Because, I mean, what are we essentially doing when we're taking an 18-year-old civilian and turning them into a soldier?
Well, they trying to make them learn how to deal with authority, but also build them physically and mentally and emotionally the best they can, depending on what service branch they're in.
For somebody that is in the Army infantry, you're training them to kill other human beings.
Well, that is true. I mean, it's based on, and depending on what your branch is, what your MOS or duty is. I mean, yeah, you're training them, especially in the special forces, to survival, tactical survival techniques. You're training them to defend themselves, their comrades, and to kill. I mean, certainly.
And then you talked about the special forces. Are you familiar with SEER training?
I briefly am. I know that that's part of the special forces training. Certainly, I haven't gone through that, but I know that Darren and I discussed it briefly.
You also discussed it at length with his other team members from special forces. Is that right?
Yeah, we talked about it, and they talked to me a lot about their own experiences in the military, and then their observations of how Darren, how good of a soldier and medic he was.
And there's a lot more than just the SEER training, but the conversations that you have had there. I mean, those experiences of the SOS, they're essentially teaching somebody how to avoid capture by putting them through that exact experience, right?
Drop them in the middle of nowhere for 30 days, and you gotta.
With how much to work with at that point?
Not much. I mean, some tools, a compass, and they got to find their way out. And a lot of it's physical endurance, mental endurance. They told you can quit anytime, and they're always being monitored, evaluated, and most people don't make it for whatever reason. So it is quite an enduring program.
I mean, is it hard for somebody who is a civilian to understand what that training alone does to an individual?
It is. I mean, unless you really do it, and I have my own questions, and I work a lot with vets. I mean, but you really don't know it until you do it and succeed at doing it and fail at doing it. I mean, it's very, very difficult. I know with the special forces, they do focus a lot there's a lot of different roles they do. And so it's not only survival and tactical training, but it's gathering information, working with the locals, which is really gathering the intel is what they often do.
And they're literally changing the way that these individuals think to be able to do their jobs in these combat zones.
Right, and these missions.
I'm going to object at this point as to what the military does. This is he's here for psychological, neuropsychological testing.
All right, I'll allow you a little bit of leeway on this one subject matter, but let's bring it back to why we're in court today. Go ahead.
Let's move it past, the military training unit itself. That is then compounded by combat deployment. Is that right?
Correct.
How many times was Mr. Lopez deployed to a combat zone?
I have 6 times that he had talked to me about, and 6 in the DoD records.
And on which deployment was it that he was blown up?
It was somewhere around the 3rd.
So he was deployed 3 more times after having that specific acute instance of disability, or of injury and trauma. Is that
Yes.
right? In fact, did you learn that? During this, he almost wasn't deployed for the 6th time. Is that right?
That is correct, and they were able to adjust his deployment and his role and duty based on his condition. So he's more in the K-9 unit.
Why would somebody do that to themselves?
I'm going to object at this point, Your Honor. It's just speculation, and I think we're just going with...
That objection sustained.
Based on your interviews with Mr. Lopez and your experience with veterans, as well as the interviews with the other special forces and the members of Darren's team, have you found a psychologically similar outcome of people forcing themselves back into traumatic situations?
Absolutely.
Okay, why?
Love of the game. So there's a few of them. Passion about country, just being a patriot. When you start experiencing that type of activity, trauma, it's very stimulating to the person and the action, and it's almost like a drug. It does change the way you function, the way your brain works, your emotions, and then when they, a lot of them, it's similar, if I may, to the police officers I evaluate, and I'll even say pro football players. Certainly they get a lot of money to be paid, but it's difficult to let that go, and it becomes your primary identity. It's who you are, what you are, and then you have to compartmentalize your life between being a civilian and then being a soldier, and that's very difficult to do. But a lot of these guys want to be the soldier, and it's difficult to readjust, and I will say, if I can, reset. And you want me to elaborate on that?
Well, Doctor, what is a reset for the military?
So when you're in 5th gear and you're ripping and running with a V8 engine, and there's a lot of activity, you get used to it, and then you got to slam on the brakes and you got to go back home, civilian life for a few months, and really the military doesn't want you to get too comfy on the couch, and so you don't have time to reset how your emotions are, your brain works, and you go right back in. And many of these guys, especially when you work as hard to get to that special forces level, they want to get back to it. And it is a mind-body phenomenon, but we see it. They don't want, the more you are away from it, the more difficult it is to get back.
Aside from the military and combat, or let me ask you this, based on your assessments of Darren Lopez, did he have multiple traumatic events through his military career?
Yes.
in addition to that trauma, and again, how long was Mr. Lopez in the military?
I heard him say 20. I know at least 18 and a half.
During that 18 and a half years, most of his adult life, how much of his identity was wrapped up in being a special forces soldier?
I mean, I pretty much all of it. I mean, it's much of what he talked about to me. I mean, he's proud of it. The self-esteem. I mean, people really, just talking to his comrades. I mean, he loved being a part of that. The passion. That was basically his whole life, really.
During that whole life, he also had a number of other significant traumatic events. Is that right?
Yes.
Running through those for the jury just real quick, did he disclose to you an event with Jeff Frensley, one of his team members, during his deployments?
Yes.
And what was that event?
That was the event, I believe, in Kentucky, where a man, I think last name of Kevin Wayne Dunlap, perhaps, burglarized the home and I think raped the mother, killed the children, was sentenced to death, and
he set the house on fire after murdering the family. Is that
yes.
right? And where was Darren when that happened?
I don't recall where he was. I know that he went to go visit Jeff and to help him.
I mean, do you recall that?
Oh, I think he was actually on a tour. I think. If I was wrong.
Do you remember that? I mean, Jeff and Darren were on the scene as they were putting out the house.
Oh, I know he helped them out. I don't remember where he was exactly when the offense happened.
I mean, is that a traumatic event for any individual on its own?
Absolutely. I mean, people were killed and assaulted, sure.
And that was in 2008, correct?
Yes.
In 2009, Darren lost his granddaughter.
By drowning, yes.
Where was Darren when his granddaughter drowned?
He was. I think he was overseas on that occasion.
They also disclosed to you one of their other teammates, Don Garland. What happened to Don in 2012?
He took his life.
And this is one of the Special Forces team members that Darren served with. How big are these Special Forces teams?
They're pretty small. They're very highly trained, organized, but they're tight and small.
Exceptionally tight-knit groups?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then in 2013, Darren has the medical discharge from the military, so he didn't choose to separate from the military, is that right?
No, they told him it was over.
Is that a trauma in and of itself?
Choosing is a lot more positive on the esteem than being told it's over. So it's better to, go out on your own will than be told basically you're damaged, broke, you're not good enough.
And then what was he able to do? I mean, how much of his identity did he lose at the end of that service?
Objection, pure speculation, Your Honor.
Could you clarify what you mean by identity, Mr. Lee?
How much of Mr. Lopez's personal view and personal identity was wrapped up in his military service?
All of it, most of it. He had family, but it was very important to him, certainly.
And so that was gone when he was medically discharged in 2013.
Poof, gone.
And then Darren was assaulted at home in 2014, is that right?
Yes.
What happened there?
Bill collector came to the home, and large guy. He had, I think, stated over 6 foot, 300 pounds. They got into an argument, and he was beat up pretty bad, knocked out. I think brief loss of consciousness, orbital fracture, and I think if he broke some ribs, he had to go to the hospital.
And this was Darren that was
Darren, yes.
That took the beating from the debt collector at that point.
Yes.
Again, on its own, a traumatic event, going through something like that.
Yes, another concussion.
And then what happened to his marriage in 2018?
It dissolved. I mean, he and Rebecca, his wife, just became estranged, and she had moved out.
Doctor, what happened in March of 2020? Excuse me, let me clarify that. A lot of things happened in March of 2020. That was a terrible question. What happened to the entire world at one time in March of 2020?
COVID.
Based on, I mean, your work experience, how much traumatic stress have you seen just in general from the effects of what COVID did to the world?
World changed. I mean, there's a lot of effect of COVID on a lot of folks, and I've had, in part, more business, unfortunately, due to COVID. People that I would never see, I have seen.
Just that event on its own, you've seen a marked increase from a number of people committing criminal activities and doing things they never would have done otherwise.